it's the opposite shots. Okay.
I didn't make it, so it's not very easy.
So, do you like that? What I should do? Should I just leave them? Take them in minutes.
Like tea. Hey, Frankie. Frankie.
Didn't make it.
Like tea. The coffee. It's both.
I didn't make it. Stephanie
That
made
looks
it.
like, when you want to try to do the Keurig and then you get one more out of the pot. Yeah.
Just
Got a slight hint of coffee.
It's a coffee flavored water.
As long as it's warm.
Coffee light.
Well, pumpkin spice.
Good evening and welcome to the September 28th, 2023 BAR Small Meeting. My name is Fillmore Wilton. I am the fill-in chair for this evening's meeting. The other board members present this evening are Julia Martin, Bill Huey, Laura Altman, and Bill Turner. Staff present are Frankie Pino, BARS Administrator, and Tori Parrish, City Architect. Here somewhere. The order of the meeting will be as follows. There'll be an introduction and an overview of the project by city staff to the public and the board. Then there will be the applicant's presentation, which is limited to 10 minutes or as determined by the chair, and any questions that the applicant to the applicant by the board. Any and all presenters should clearly state their name for the record. Persons affiliated with the project, such as owners, developers, designers, consultants, and etc., should speak during this portion rather than at public comment. Written public comment. All applications here today are part of the public meeting. Written public comments were due by noon the business day before the meeting, and any received comments have been transmitted to the board members. Public comment. This period is 10 minutes or the equivalent of the time allotted to the applicant for the presentation. During public comment, the applicant should not respond to comments made by the public. Anyone speaking from the public should clearly state their name for the record. Next will be city staff comments and recommendations. After city staff comments and recommendations, the applicant has 5 minutes to make clarifications or to respond to public comment or city comment, city staff comment. After applicant clarifications are made, we will be in board discussion and a vote. Results will be posted on the city website at www.charleston/sc.gov/BAR. The following items have been withdrawn or deferred for Trumbo, which is item number 5. If there are any students present, we are glad to have you with us. After you have stayed for the appropriate length of time, if you'll go to the back of the room, Tori will sign your form so that you can get credited for attending. Please turn off your cell phones if you have not already. And please limit comments to architecture. This is the Board of Architectural Review. Things such as zoning, parking, traffic, livability, etc., are not within our purview and cannot be commented on by this board. So the first item is review of the minutes from September 14th, 2023 meeting. Are there any changes to that?
Here for that.
All right.
Do I have a motion to approve?
I'll motion for approval.
Motion by Bill to approve, second.
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Motion carries, the meetings are approved. The next item is 1179 King Street.
1179 King Street is not surveyed in North Central circa 1938 in the historic corridor district, requesting demolition of chimney. This is the property's location on King Street. Existing site photo. Some context of King Street. A sandboard map showing the history of the property. And with that, I'm going to turn it over to the applicant. Mr. Bessie.
Thank you. I want to thank the board for coming out this morning. As mentioned, sure, we have the, I guess, hopefully I can work this.
We have a clicker. If you have any issues, let me know and I can click through it.
Okay, great. So basically, I'm requesting to demolish this chimney because of some of the damages that have occurred on the inside of the property, be it the hardwood floors, and some of you all were there this morning and saw some of the damages. Basically, what we have is this is the other side of the fireplace. There is no opening to the fireplace. It's just, I guess, outside aesthetics that the fireplace that has the fireplace in place. One of the concerns I have is that the valley of this fireplace or the roof angles toward the fireplace, and we're getting water intrusion on the inside, and we've made the repairs on several occasions. In addition to that, that water runs into the wall and has ran into the floor and have damaged parts of the hardwood flooring. I don't think, let's see here. Okay, this was basically holes in the floor where it looks like a gas unit was there and they was just using the chimney as a way to get whatever out of the house with the gas unit. This is damage, the termite damage that has occurred on the back side of that wall of the fireplace. Additionally, with this fireplace, we would like to construct a porch, and the fireplace obstructs a porch construction. And so we're, in addition to the damage that we're seeing as a result of it, we would also like to construct a covered porch, be it a covered porch or covered stoop. I do have an application in for that. And one of the things I observed with in the Wagner Terrace area is that 98 to 99% of the homes there have a covered porch. This house does not. It makes it extremely difficult when you're exiting or entering the home in inclement weather. This porch design, being that it's uncovered, it's just not what we would like to see there as it relates to being uncovered. That's it in a nutshell.
Any questions?
Mr. Petty, do you plan to, looks like there used to be gutters there. Do you plan to reinstall gutters?
I do, excuse me, I do, but part of the issue there with the way the fireplace sits in the nook area, it's hard to get around the fireplace to get that discharge. But we would certainly would do that.
Is there any public comment?
We did not receive any written public comment.
City staff comments? But any public comments? Okay. City staff recommendation.
Okay, staff just wanted to make an observation. We previously reviewed this project for a new accessory, new rear accessory structure that looked familiar to any of the board. Staff conditions for approval. This uniquely constructed chimney is if not the most important character defining feature of this structure and should be repaired and retained. However, the opportunity for the owner to propose and construct a porch could make the house function better. Staff recommendation is denial of demolition because staff always recommends denial of demolitions like this, but we also wanted to allow the board the opportunity to discuss if it would be more beneficial to the home to remove the chimney because of the damage and because of the proposal, which if you approve the demo will be coming next meeting.
Would you like to respond to staff's
No,
comments?
that's it, I'm not sure.
Thank you. We're now in board discussion.
A question for Frankie, what you're saying the change in the roof form would be a subsequent?
Yes, ma'am. We've already received it. It would be on the next agenda if the demo is.
I guess I'll start out. It's a fairly simple house and chimney really, like Frankie said, is a major character defining feature. It's about the only really notable feature of the house that's got going for it. As far as the water intrusion goes, yeah, it can be dealt with some roof work with a proper cricket being installed and the little piece of eave between the chimney and the front door. I'm sure a piece of gutter could be installed there with probably its own dedicated downspout. So I would definitely hate to see the chimney go. Like I said, it's a major feature of the house.
Yeah, I appreciate the applicant's thorough and respectful application. And I'm a little bit on the fence about it because I do see that the use of the house would be enhanced if there were a porch and if this clearly, unused flue were removed. But I also can see Bill's point that it is really unique. The form of it is really unique, and it's it kind of makes the house special in terms of its historic value. So I'm just going to listen to other people talk for a few minutes.
Could a porch be added, like a porch roof be added around that chimney? It would at least get the water away from the house more.
Or it could be pulled away like the current little overhang is.
Then you end up with that little
Yeah,
waterfall.
yeah.
There's certainly ways to deal with the water issue of the chimney, just like Bill mentioned. Put a cricket, gutters. The valley is a little more complicated, but it's the diverter would probably solve that problem. To my eye, what's really interesting about that chimney is what's above the roof line.
So you
That's very unique. You don't see that. And so I'm wondering if there's a way to sort of get both of what you want. Maybe there's a way to just sensitively design some protection on that front porch and maintain that chimney above the roof line. This is just a thought. Sitting there looking at the pictures.
So you're saying that a roof line could basically alleviate the collection of water into that valley that's meeting right at the chimney, because you would pass that valley over potentially with a roof line that would absorb the water problems.
Depending on how the porch was designed, if it was properly designed. And it still might require
Mhm.
But it would still probably require a cricket,
Mhm.
and at some point, you're gonna probably require a kick out, because it's a kick out flashing, because that water's gonna end up at some corner, trying to run down the front of the house. But those are pretty simple. It's to build in, I'm just trying to Julia's point, this, a little cover over that front, really help the house be more livable.
But then
I
again,
just, I just don't know if the way to achieve that is to tear that chimney down. I think maybe there's possibly a way to accomplish both.
You know, if the chimney were properly repaired and the drainage were addressed, which it could be, it's just. You have to be a savvy contractor to know how to do that, but. And I appreciate the form, the simple L form. It looks to me like that little extension at the front door was added, you know, it's not original, right? I think just a cute cover right over the door. Is probably what there was originally, and. That would be the truest way to approach this as a restoration. But I'm just, yeah, I feel for the applicant a little bit because the chimney's not really, you know, contributing to their quality of life. It's
Yeah,
just-
the issue is that in this particular area of the city, we can't consider what's going on.
Right.
The
Right.
a porch, any type of
Mhm.
a little roof structure of the front door, it's really is not supposed to impact our decision on the chimney itself, the demolition.
That was a really good point. So then, yeah, I guess that would have to fall in the camp of wanting to cling to this cool, unique feature of the house that's clearly, you know, original to the design of it.
There a motion there.
Um. I will make a motion for denial of the demolition of the chimney.
I'll second.
Motion's been made for denial of the demolition of the chimney, seconded by Bill. Put to a vote. Laura?
Aye.
Bill Huey?
Yeah, in favor.
Uh, I'm sorry. Bill Turner?
Yeah, in favor.
Julia?
Yeah.
And chair votes with the majority. Motion carries 5-0.
And I don't think, frankly, I don't know that that would preclude the subsequent request if he wants to proceed with considering roof form change, right?
It would have to be different than what is currently proposed.
Item number 2, 59 Smith Street.
59 Smith Street is a category 3 in Charleston Village, circa 1818 in the Old Historic District, requesting demolition of 1-story rear porch inbuilt and 1-story porch on historic house, and demolition of 2-story addition to carriage house. This is the property's location on Smith Street. Existing site photos. That's a view showing the dependency at the rear. Architecture inventory from 1973. That's more historic photos. And some context of Smith Street. And we will turn it over to the applicant.
Thank you. I'm Neil Stevenson, architect representing the owner of 59 Smith Street. So we're talking about demolition and then hopefully we'll be talking about renovation and addition later. So this house was built in 1818. It's got quite a bit of history. It was originally basically took over the whole corner all the way to Montague Street. And has several sister buildings on the block that were built from the same builder and owner. It's actually very well preserved on the inside, considering that it's gone through extensive renovations over years until 1964. It had been turned into tenement houses, and the internal stairs had been altered quite a bit. There was a fire that destroyed a lot of the back porch and some of the interior spaces. And then in 1964, Herbert DaCosta, who everyone's probably familiar with, kind of legendary in Charleston, he did a major renovation, and interestingly pulled, as he usually did, pulled windows and pieces of stair rail and historical elements from other projects he'd worked on to kind of reconstruct this. So it's an interesting project to work on. One of the main things that we need to do for this house is to make it ADA wheelchair accessible up to the second floor. The owner is going to be living here and is going to be confined to a wheelchair. So, in trying to figure out where the best place for the elevator is, we didn't want to put it in the historical house. The historical house is actually being renovated to be as pure as we can get it to where it's at, because remarkably, the plasterwork, which is absolutely beautiful inside, is very well preserved, and so is the plaster itself. But so we're trying to, they've gone in and they've removed all the walls that were put in for bedrooms and stuff like that. And now it's like the pure rooms, which are huge, but they don't really lend themselves to to be made into things like bathrooms and kitchens without really destroying them. So the addition that we're proposing is going to house those things, but the element now that we're talking about is the partial demolition of the rear porch infill, so that we can create an addition, a two-story addition over parking in the rear. The house is being renovated now for the historical aspect of it. And we've got Jonathan Poston, who's been retained to help get the house on the National Historic Register, which is a challenge, but they are following the SHPO guidelines and are doing everything they can to maintain its like historical character, and to make sure that that's done properly. Here, so there is a porch that runs along the south side and then wraps around to the west side of the house. The west side part here has been infilled, which is the part that we're proposing to demolish so that we can build a two-story addition, which would have the elevator in it also. I know that when you renovate houses, historical houses, there's always a little bit of a compromise here. What we're getting out of this renovation though is the porches, the existing porch on the south side is not in great shape. There's a bunch of columns that are rotten. And then in the infilling of this porch here, there's two columns that are in pretty good condition, that we were thinking if we could take those, reuse them on the main piazza on the south side, and then take some of the elements that we would be that we're proposing to remove on the back and kind of infill. There's some like beautiful little wooden ball decorations on that are most, like a great deal of them are missing on the details in the frieze of the the one-story piazza, that we would like to take those and restore them and add those so that it makes more for a more complete piazza details instead of just kind of patchy, which is what it is now. So the addition on the rear of the building, going up 2 stories, and then in Charleston style, kind of going to the back towards the kitchen house. I know a lot of the houses have kind of connect to the kitchen house that you see in Charleston. We're proposing to stop short about 4 feet and leave the kitchen house freestanding. And then restore the kitchen house by removing this other addition, brick addition. They tried to do it in the same style and match it, but it's obviously, it doesn't quite match. You can tell it's an addition from 1964 when the rest of this house was the main house was being renovated. So we're proposing to remove that addition and restore that drive. There would be parking under the additions, and then build a little ADU in the back. And I know, I guess we'll get into that when we're talking about demolition, but I don't think anyone's gonna cry any tears about losing this little addition here. It's not, I mean, I guess it's technically historical, but it's an obvious addition and not well done. Even though it is brick and they did try to do some of the details to match the existing little kitchen house, which is actually a very nicely detailed house. But then we can restore that, and then and in doing that, there are 2 fireplaces in that kitchen house that you don't really get to appreciate with that addition there, but when we pull that addition off and restore the back of that house, and then we can restore those chimneys as well, which I think is going to be a nice addition. But I think that the north side of the house, which is seen from the street, it's pretty prominent from Smith Street. But I think it's going to make a nice addition, especially with the house next door, which has a huge open yard. But anyway, that's pretty much what we're proposing, to remove those 2 additions. And then the next one will be to propose to what's going back.
Yeah. Go ahead, Bill.
I was gonna ask, are there window changes also? You're proposing a demolition, or are you
That's a good question.
moving windows?
We are, so for the main house, there will be where the connection is. We were trying to use the existing openings, but I think that those are probably going to get altered a bit. From just between the 2, no one would be able to see it, but we were trying to keep that as pure as possible. But with the elevator, where the elevator is, we have to move 1 door to the left. As far as the main house, we're not proposing any window changes. I think the window that's in the existing infilled porch on the north side, it's an historical window, but it's not original, obviously, because it's infilled. And it looks like it was probably one of DeCosta's, he probably pulled that from another project. We would like to reuse that because it's a cool old window. And then on the kitchen house, what's exposed, what we can see now on the right side or the west side on the north elevation, there's 1 bricked up opening that we would like to reopen. And then on the inside, they've kind of carved doors into the addition. We'd like to turn those into windows and do what there should be 4 openings there that we want to turn into windows. On the west side of that elevation, there's only going to be 1. So a lot of this is going to be determined once we pull the addition off and we see what is framed and what you know, we're good, just use the historical framing of that's there now.
And then on the, I guess the south elevation of the main house on your sheet. 2.07, I'm trying to, you have that one window that's. I guess pochade up there on the upper level. You go to 2.07. Thank you.
That in the second packet.
I'm looking in the.
Oh, yeah, we're
Yeah.
not proposing to.
It's on the south elevation.
Keep
Yeah, I
going.
see what you're talking
Keep
about.
going.
It's also on 1 point.
Oh, you know what? They had closed that window off and we were just gonna restore it.
Right there.
There was a,
Right there on the top left.
yeah,
On my sheet, it's actually a different, I have a different
they
sheet.
had built a wall in front of that. They had broken that room into bedrooms and they had closed the existing window off. And so we're just planning on restoring it with a window that matches the rest.
Okay, yeah, I'm trying to. Okay, maybe I'm reading this wrong. So that's not the same drawing as 2.07. That's 1 point something. It's in the demo.
Yeah.
Is it in the Dropbox?
they're close.
Right there.
The-
Yes,
Yeah.
that lower left hand.
Lower left,
It's
yeah.
the same old page. It's the same.
It is, and then these two. I was trying to figure out, so there's that, and then there's an outline of two windows flanking that, which look like two pieces of wall, is that? I'm trying to figure out what's going on there, basically.
Yeah. Well, that window had been sealed off and they built a wall in front of it. I'm not sure what these other windows or what these other openings are portraying. They didn't build any windows. So. There were no other windows added. They just took that one away. So our proposal is to go back with a window where it originally was.
With that one window. I
This is
could-
window, yeah.
Okay, I
Sorry
can
about that.
tell
I'm
by
not sure
those two
that-
flanking elements, if you were opening up two openings there and taking out the window in between, that's what the way
Yeah,
I
no.
interpreted it. Okay,
Yeah, on 1.14, that's what it shows.
Yeah, because just to look at the house, normally you would have had those windows
Mhm.
on the second floor lining up with the bottom, so. To me, it reads that you're putting two back in their original locations.
there's two windows. Removing the one in the middle and then adding or opening up walls for two new
Yeah,
windows.
really restoring where they probably were.
The overall intention is to restore the house back to its original design. When possible.
Yeah, right.
Other questions? Can you go back to the Sanborns that you have in that set? You look at the light. Hold on. Thank you. I think I've got the right one picked up here. I think in the 1902. You go to the breakout. 1902.
Here. There's like a little shed in the corner.
I think that porch is called out as 2 stories. And then if you go to your next one over, there's been some modifications to that porch. It's called as 2, and then there's been some added, I think, on top, and then 1 in the back. Do you know the evolution of that porch, how it got to where it is today by chance? I'm just curious what we're actually dealing with.
No, it's a good question. I didn't, you know that there's a 2-story porch was? I know that there was a fire and there's some a lot of renovation that was, but I didn't realize there was a two-story porch.
No, Sanborns are not always accurate,
Yeah.
but in general, we tend to rely on.
There's really, I mean, it's surprising if there was a two-story porch, it would be surprising because there's no evidence.
This house has never had a sticker for it, yes.
Yeah.
There's the reference on the sand.
We're not in public comment
That's
right
the
now.
second
We
floor.
can get to public comment. Just a minute, I'm sorry.
I'm
But we'll get to public comment in a minute. So, I'm sorry. I didn't take it. But so we really, the back addition is a little difficult to figure out. And I'm just wondering if you have some more history about the sort of the evolution, if those porches change dramatically, sort of the evolution and what we might be dealing with with what's existing.
Yeah, I was not aware of it being a two-story porch ever.
I mean, I was a little surprised when I noticed it. Actually.
All three of those houses set back.
So, sir, we'll get to public comment. And thank you. Any other questions? Thank you.
Thank you.
Is there written public comment?
Yeah. We have one written comment. Dear BARS, I write to you today as a resident of Charleston Village and a near neighbor of 59 Smith Street. A property before you today for which demolition of portions of both historic frame dwelling and rear brick kitchen are sought. You will also hear today a proposal for new construction. My concern centers on the removal of what appear to be historic portions of the historic dwelling and the kitchen quarter. In the case of the dwelling, the application appears to remove the rear portion of the piazza that wraps the rear of the dwelling and that once overlooked the rear service yard. Removal of this historic portion of 59 Smith Street will do irreparable harm to the character of this building. This application also proposed demolition of a historic brick addition to the historic kitchen quarter. Like the proposed removal of the historic piazza, the demolition of what appears to be an early addition to the historic kitchen quarter will do irreparable harm to the character of this building and the history of the persons who resided and worked in it. My request is that you deny this application as it is presented with the caveat that the owner research the history of 59 Smith and its kitchen quarter so that you and the residents of the city can have a fuller understanding of what will be lost should both demolitions be granted. Discussion of any new construction should be postponed until a more sensitive treatment of the historic fabric of 59 Smith and its kitchen quarter is developed. Carter L. Hudgens, 70 Wool Street. That's the only written comment.
Public comment. Any public comment? Yes, sir.
Actually, it's 3 stories, isn't it, if you count the ground floor and 2 stories on top of it. There's one count the ground floor.
Thank you. Comment. Yeah, it's closed.
Yeah.
Oh, I'm sorry.
My name is Phil Dufford and I'm a resident of Charleston Village. I'd like to apologize for speaking out of turn. I think I was trying to say what this gentleman said, that I think when they do, they call it a second floor piazza, they're counting that ground floor level. So it is recorded as a second floor piazza because and it's a 3-story house. So that form, it would have been that form in which they are referring to. And it would be a form that's in place now, nothing higher. I'm here to express my opposition to this application. Both the demolition request and the new construction proposal are too aggressive for this property. Regarding the demolition, a particular concern is the request to remove the entire rear piazza. There isn't enough evidence in this application to confirm the porch is not original to this 19th century building. As for the new work, which we'll just talk about later, this concept is out of scale and inappropriate for the site. In total, this is a heavy-handed project and have great concern for the future of that property. I ask the board to deny this application for demolition.
April Wood, Historic Charleston Foundation. HCF has reviewed the application for demolition of the one-story rear porch infill, the one-story porch on the historic house, and the demolition of the two-story addition to the carriage house. And we thank the applicant for their time at the meeting this morning. 59 Smith Street is an important 1818 building that is remarkably intact. It has many similarities to the two houses to the north. We are pleased to learn that the applicant is carefully assessing the historic materials and is applying for a National Register status. Instead, we have significant concerns about the proposed plans and their impact on the historic materials and character of this important property. Regarding the demolition request, we are concerned about the demolition of the rear portion of this single-story wraparound piazza, which represents the primary character-defining feature of the house. We learned at the site visit today that there were modifications in 1964 that were not shared as part of the VAR submittal. This information should have been included in the submittal. Without this information, it is difficult to evaluate the impact on the historic fabric. Despite this missing information, we believe that the scale of the proposed demolition is aggressive, and we recommend denial of the demolition of any aspect of the project that would eliminate the form of the original wraparound porch or historic fabric, such as the columns, masonry arch of the ground floor, and piazza cornice. It appears to us that the rear stair and the addition off the side of the carriage house are not historic, and we do not oppose this aspect of the application. Thank you.
Laurel Fay with the Preservation Society of Charleston. The PSC appreciated the opportunity to meet with the owner and some of the team on site this morning. While we are not concerned about the removal of the brick bump out on the kitchen house due to its incongruity with the building's form, we are opposed to the demolition of the rear portion of the primary building. There was discussion at the site visit that the infilled one-story piazza at the rear of the main house dates to circa 1964 from a renovation by Herbert DaCosta, but no material on this was included in the submittal. The public did not have the benefit of learning about this information beforehand, and the board should not consider it as part of this request. The historical significance of this alteration and the value of its preservation should be carefully studied with clear and substantial documentation on the age and history of elements proposed for demolition provided before any decision is made. The piazza potentially represents an important evolution of the structure and could facilitate a sensitively designed new addition that is hyphenated from the main house. As proposed, we are concerned by total demolition of the form of the piazza, as well as the amount of historic material proposed to be removed on the rear facade to facilitate the large contemporary addition, including the windows, siding, and cornice. Therefore, we ask the board to deny this demolition request associated with the primary historic building as submitted. Thank you.
Is there any other public comment? If there's no further public comment, we will go to city staff comments and recommendations.
Staff observations, the rear wrapping piazza and infill on the primary building dates back to the earliest that this 1818 structure appears on the Sanborn maps, which is in 1902. Age of the rear portion is questionable. Water damage has been caused by the current configuration, and the addition on the kitchen house appears after the 1955 Sanborn and may be dated to the 1960s. Staff conditions, the applicant to confirm what window changes are proposed on the south elevation and if this will require demolition into the walls. Demolition of a window and demolition for two wall openings appear in the drawings and are assumed to be part of the upcoming conceptual design submittal, as well as alterations to the ground floor entry in the north side. The proposed window arrangement would improve the composition. Staff recommendation is denial of demolition.
Would like to respond to staff? Yes. Recommendation, public comment.
I know whenever you renovate a house, especially a historical house, there are compromises that have to be made when you're adapting to modern day living. Some of the trade-offs here are if this demolition. Well, first, the applicant, the owner, is confined to a wheelchair and will need to have access, handicapped accessibility to the first and second floor, which is really one of the primary objectives. In discussing with just demolition here, in order to do that, the rear porch, which has been, I mean, not that the rear porch couldn't be renovated, but the trade-off is that the pieces of the rear porch could be used to infill the historical piazza on the south side, which is really in need. I think the point that I'd like to make is that if we were to not put this second story addition in the rear, then the elevator would have to run through the middle of the historical building. I don't know if anyone wants that. There's some beautiful, I mean, we're trying to preserve the main building as much as possible and convert this house into like a house that will serve our modern day living. Which in the addition would have the kitchen and have the master bathroom and all of the plumbing that runs through, rather than putting it in the historical house. So, I mean, I think that's a valid point. We have been studying the height of the addition and the size of it. But right now, as far as the demolition of the piazzas, like this house is pretty well contained. It's not set up for modern day living. A lot of houses in Charleston have moved in the direction that we're proposing. And you can look at every other house, and in fact, there's probably every other house in the block has done exactly what we're proposing. Or at least very similar to what we're proposing. And I don't think that what we are proposing right now is out of character with the rest of the neighborhood. And I think that by denying it, it would be unreasonable to deny that this house can be converted to modern day use. Especially when you consider that we are renovating the main house to be, it's going to be exceptionally done, maybe even on the National Register. We do have, Jonathan Poston has been looking at this. We're getting expert opinions on the historical value of what we're restoring and what we're taking away. So we're trying to be very careful with the balance that you have to deal with when you renovate a building like this. It seems like the kitchen house, I don't think anyone has so much of an issue with the addition that we're proposing to remove. It just seems like in the main house, a two-story addition is what really makes sense for this house in its progression, as we're to convert it into something that's a usable house. It's not a museum, it's a usable house for someone who's going to be living there and who is confined to a wheelchair. So I think that should be taken into consideration.
You have any more discussion? The vote.
I guess I'll start with the kitchen house. It does meet the 50-year, and it does have some nice detail on it. But and Mr. DaCosta was involved in it, kind of adds another layer to it. But at the same time, it's interrupts the pure form of the original kitchen house. And so to me, that's a good trade-off there. You're getting it back to its pure form. Yes, you're giving up what could be considered a historic add-on, but I think getting the kitchen house back to its pure form is more original. It's more important. So I don't really struggle with that one. I do struggle with the the main house, the loss of the rear porch bay and the adjacent L. I mean, and then by the time you put the new addition right up against the existing house, you're basically scraping off the entire rear side of this house. So I just wondered if there's a better way to go about this, more sensitive way about putting an addition onto the back of this house. Maybe the L becomes your hyphen almost. That's where you lightly make your connection while still being able to preserve the form of the L. And maybe the L grows to be 2 stories, so you get your access to the upper floor. But that allows you to maybe preserve that return on the piazza and at least preserve the form of that L. But I think what's going on now, what's being proposed for the main house is too heavy-handed. I think there are better ways to do it, is what I'm getting at.
I was gonna say something similar. I agree on the kitchen house, so I don't have any problem with that or with the back stairs. On the main house, I could see creating more of like using the form that was there on the Sanborn map and taking that small, what might have been a rear entry. Even if you took that small portion of 2 floors so that you could have the elevator and a hallway as a hyphen connecting to an addition, I think would then preserve that return on the piazza and, open it back up, but preserve that return. Maybe you can still use the columns, around the other side without having to scrape off, like you said, that whole back wall of the house. I think there are ways that it could be done and get an elevator in there with the hallway and still connect to that kitchen area and that 2nd floor master. I'm not supposed to design it. I have ideas.
Yeah, I don't really have anything to add to that. Those are really good comments. I agree about the addition on the kitchen house. I think returning it to its original form actually is positive. So I agree I don't really need to reiterate. I agree with what you said.
I don't disagree with anything that my fellow board members have said. I would say, I think more information is needed to kind of get back into Sanborns. I understand that 2 designation might mean 2 over, just 1 story over base. However, the house directly to the north, which in the 1902 one, and it has 2-story porches over base. And in 1902, it's classified as a 2-story porch. So I think not necessarily that any of that interpretation is wrong. I think it's confusing. So before I think I would feel comfortable saying it's okay to take that little addition or enclosure off, I would like to know more about the history of the evolution of the porches, because I think that what the Sanborns simply show is that we don't know. There's in the 52 Sanborn, a center section of that 2-story porch, maybe 1 story the way, only 1 story above base, has a 3rd story on it, which we know people went right to the center and popped a little room out on top of a porch, a 1-story above base porch, to put a bathroom in or something. It's gone, and there's no evidence of it. But I just think that to me, the Sanborns read confusing, and I'd like to know a little more about the evolution of those porches before I would be comfortable saying it's okay to knock that little addition off. I have no issue with the 60s addition on the kitchen house. Is there a motion out there?
Can we break it up?
So
Like,
yeah,
can
we can
approve
break
part
it
of the
up.
demolition?
Yeah, we can deny the porch in enclosure and approve the kitchen building addition.
We have to review the demo, approve the demo of the kitchen first, and then review the demo of the addition to the kitchen house.
So we approve the,
So if what you're leaning toward is denying the house and approving the demo of the kitchen, you would do that first, and then we would move on to the.
Oh, yeah, that's right.
Yeah.
okay.
Well, I'll make a motion. My motion would be approval for the demolition of the addition to the kitchen house and denial of the demolition regarding the main house, with the exception of elements such as the rear stairs.
I will say.
One second. I have approval of the demolition of the addition to the kitchen house. Denial of demolition of the main house, with the exception of the rear stairs.
Motion by Bill, second by Laura. Bill Huey,
Yeah, in fact,
Laura,
Yay in favor.
Bill Turner,
Yeah, in favor.
chair vote for the majority, motion carries 4-0.
Can I get some clarification?
Yes.
Without being able to demolish the rear. We need to get an elevator for that second floor. Are you saying that we have to bring that into the main house? We're not gonna be able to.
I think you could apply for a demolition of even just the roof over part of that porch and take that up 2 stories. That's just, I mean, like I could. Not supposed to design it for you. But I could
Okay, so
see
just
taking that very last bay, the northernmost bay, and take that bay up the second floor maybe.
Gotcha. So there's more, basically there's more of like a hyphen,
Hyphen.
but the
Yeah,
porch is.
maybe that's enough room to put the elevator and a walkway, and then you have your addition farther back. Which might not lose too much of what you've already designed.
because we decided to vote on what was submitted, so.
Okay. It's just that, that's just such a major part of this whole thing, you know.
So I think you'd have to request demolition of a portion of that porch rather than as much as you request.
Sure.
And if it's possible, maybe you could ferret out a little more information on the evolution of those pictures. I think it would help us be more comfortable in what we decided.
But has that vote been counted? That's already been done.
Yes.
So
I guess I would ask then the applicant, that, obviously that might affect your next presentation, but not totally. You have other portions, so I guess it would be at your option. Whether you want to defer your presentation to.
Why don't we show it and then I should.
Whatever you want to
Get
do.
your feedback either way.
Sure. Yeah, I just wanted to see if, you wanted an option to do it whichever way you want to.
Okay, in that case, what we would be reviewing is the conceptual approval for the new rear ADU. I don't have contact slides since it was the same address, but if you want to go ahead and if you want me to skip anything for you, let me know.
So, I would like to talk about the proposed addition and just to kind of get the elevations there. So I guess what we're talking about, and there has been discussion already, because we've talked to some, well, we've got talked to Jonathan Poston and preservation groups. And they're, concerned about bringing this parapet down on the roof, and that's kind of a balance, and we're not opposed to that. That's already being studied. That's a balance between putting air conditioning on the roof that you can't see and not making the ceilings in this room very short. But so we were going to restudy, maybe there's a elevator here and then this part or this area here can still show the existing porch. And that becomes kind of the height, I guess, right? So, okay, you can see here, this is the addition that we're just got approval to demolish. This is pretty much how the windows are laying out, of course, on that north wall. Once the demolition is done and we reveal what's there, then that's gonna have a lot of impact on what we put back. But right now, that's sort of what we're anticipating. And they might be, maybe they're more like both of these windows are the same. This is actually two doorways that were carved in. We'll see the scarring on the brick and we'll see what's going on. One of the things that we were hoping, when the decision to renovate this kitchen house was made, and to remove this addition here, zoning wise, we would have really this ADU could actually be built over here, and that, you know, would kind of be in keeping with what some of the standard practices are, but because we're trying to do, we were trying to kind of restore this property so that it would be more in keeping with the traditional lines that you see and try to hold that northern line across. We and this is going to be a kind of a family compound. The whole family lives here, so there's multiple numbers of people living here. So this ADU here, we're keeping it along this northern line, and because of the footprint of this kitchen house is so small, we thought that if we can extend the footprint of the ADU so that is more in keeping with the line, so it's just, it steps down, it's a little bit smaller than the main house in the back, and the elevations are scale wise be more in keeping with the well, it doesn't read that way, but our soffit line would run along with the kitchen house. And then there's a little porch here. We'd have parking underneath because we are in a flood zone, and we need to park cars. So anyway, that's obviously the next presentation is going to be quite a bit different than this for the addition of the main house. But I would love to hear your input. Questions?
I think you're reviewing the ADU, but if you'd like to provide courtesy feedback for the addition, it would be more of a courtesy review, but for any voting and action, we're only talking about the ADU.
The applicant presentation, well, is there written comment?
Only the same comment that I read before.
Is there public comment?
Laurel Bay with the Preservation Society of Charleston. The Preservation Society is concerned by the amount of massing this proposal introduces to the property, as the existing open space is an important part of its character. The amount of new construction being proposed represents an unreasonable intensification of the site. Also, the general architectural direction, including the flat roofs, ganged fenestration, vertical siding, and tall blank foundations, is highly incompatible with the site and context. New construction should be complementary and deferential to existing historic structures, but in this case, the proposal detracts from and even competes with the unique character of the property. The new accessory structure is not properly subordinate, and collectively, the height and massing of the addition and ADU overwhelms the historic dependency, obscuring the elevation of the site. Finally, the design of the accessory building, including its top-heavy proportions, beachy character, 3-bay open garage, and large elevated deck, are not appropriate for a historic property. This project needs a full restudy, and we ask that it be denied as submitted. Thank you.
I'm David Hoffman. I live on Pitt Street, Charleston Village. I've lived in the neighborhood for 40+ years. I'm very familiar with the architecture. This is a particularly pure street of period homes. And this is a particularly fine house on that street. This ADU is, the mass is out of scale. The design is not sympathetic with the site. It's a highly visible site. The house next door has a full protective easement, so that yard behind this will always remain open space. So this is going to be more visible than normal on any of these deep lots in the city. I think it should be denied because the mass is wrong. The design is out of character and just doesn't fit the site. Thank you. I'm Tom Steele. I live at 57 Smith Street, just to the south of Melissa's house. You've seen some occasional snaps of our house in there. One of the things that concern me is the continuing to identify it as two-story additions. The back of our house is 2 stories and it looks directly at the second story of the kitchen house. Our house, the front of our house is 3 stories, as is 59 Smith Street. The ground floor is actually was rented out by the previous owners, so it's a real living space, and the second and third floors are like our second and third floor. My concern with the additional unit is same as what other people have mentioned. It seems huge. It would take up much of the backyard. It would the total square footage is listed in the application is around 15,700 square feet, which is 3 or 4 good-sized houses. I also would not agree that every other house on our street has been radically changed. Ours was built in 1910 and has really not been changed at all. It's kind of the new kid on the block. Most of the other houses, the renovations have been internal rather than external. I think this would be a very radical change and, in my view, an unwelcome addition. So my hope is that this the application for this will be denied. Thank you.
April 1, start Charleston Foundation in terms of feedback for the front house. And we agree with what's been said already by the board. Regarding the proposed ADU to the rear of the dependency, we believe the scale should be reduced to be subordinate and deferential to the historic dependency structure as proposed, and especially seen from the perspective renderings. The historic structure appears overwhelmed by the new construction on either side, and the historical relationship between the dependency and the main house has changed. Another note is it will be helpful on your drawings to include the base flood elevations, so we know how much where that line is. And typically, if a building is in the flood, the BAR does not approve of elevating it higher than it needs to be to accommodate parking. So that would be something to consider for next round. But as proposed, we agree with the comments that have already been said, and we are not in support of the ADU because of its scale, height, mass, scale, and architectural direction. And it will also be visible, very visible from Smith Street. And we respectfully recommend denial of this application. Thank you.
Is there any more public comment? Public comment is closed. Any staff recommendations? Comments?
I guess we could do them all. Our comments are next, so we might give them all, but we're only gonna vote on the accessory structure.
While it utilizes a flat roof, the roof of the proposed addition appears to be as tall as the top plate of the historic 1818 house, and therefore does not appear to be subordinate. Additionally, it is not recessed from the south facade, and it actually extends beyond the width of the historic house south. Restudy the height and mass. The proposed accessory building is not subservient to the historic kitchen house. Restudy height and mass. Windows, materials, and proportions of elements are difficult to determine based off the submitted drawings, which appear to be scans of documents. Applicant to describe the ground floor of the proposed accessory structure. Is it solid walls? Openings do not appear on elevations. Provide east street facing elevation of the proposed accessory structure. Staff strongly recommends providing imagery of the proposed accessory structure from the public right of way with the historic house and kitchen house for context from the north and south view sheds against the house. Staff recommendation is denial for height, scale, and mass, and deferral for architectural direction until more clearly understood.
Would you like to respond to city staff comments and public comment?
No. We are obviously going to be doing quite a bit of redesigning, but hearing what you're saying and we'll see you guys next time, I guess. I mean, I understand the obviously no one likes the ADU being the height and the mass and size that it is. I think I'm pretty much getting the addition behind the main house. But I did want to say the some of the details that we were posing on the addition to the main house, we were, you know, trying to make a show that it's an addition, so that no one thinks we weren't trying to match the existing house. It was intentionally different than the main house. So I know there's a few comments about how it should match the house more. Anyway, we'll restudy all that.
Now in board discussion. Vote.
Just real quick, just looking at the survey, it looked like the flood zone is AE elevation 11, and there's a spot grade and approximate area of the ADU at 8.3. That's what I'm getting off the survey reference.
So that means the first floor, you said it's 80.
AE elevation 11.
So one floor needs to be around 5 feet above grade. I also have a question. I don't know if I'm missing it, but I didn't see 2 of the elevations for the ADU. I'm only seeing the ADU within the context, building context, north elevation, south elevation, 306 and 307.
I didn't see that slide.
Thought we had the east one. No, the east was missing. We thought we had the west one.
I thought at first too on 308, but that's the west elevation of the addition, it looks like. Based on the roof. I think that's, yeah, I think that one's the addition, west elevation. So I don't think
You are correct. We thought we had it. My apologies.
Okay.
Yeah, but we can definitely get comment. I think help. Yeah, we can help. Comment wise, I should say I'm in agreement with most of the comments that the public has made about the massing, and it's the fact that it looks like it's a flood zone. This building could be quite a bit lower. For
And
overwhelming.
that might help hold everything down.
Yeah.
Yeah, I agree with what you guys are saying. I agree with the comments we've heard from the public as well. I don't know if there's much more to say. You know, the main house, you know, I think the addition's pretty heavy-handed and needs to detach some more, become more subservient. So there's not a lot more that I can say about on the main house, but the ADU, it needs to come down as far as it can come down, and it needs to come down to base, to the DFE. I'm trying to get my words out here, to the DFE, to minimize the site as much as possible. And the ideal, can you, Frankie, can you move to that, to the side elevations and show all three of them? That's good, yeah. Ideally, that ADU would be no higher than the kitchen house. And without designing it, I could see even it taking on the same form as the kitchen house, but maybe you just interpret it in a more contemporary manner if you wanted to. But the way it is now, this leaves the kitchen house sitting more or less in a hole there. And it really, really diminishes the historic value of the kitchen house. So I don't want to get into any of the details on either the addition or the ADU, because I think they're far more bigger problems that need to be overcome first, which will probably completely change the design direction of both.
I think I agree with everything that's been said. Addition's been well commented on. I agree. I think the ADU overwhelms the mass and height of the ADU overwhelm the historic kitchen building. It needs to come down and be subordinate, and general architectural direction is a little hard to tell. The drawings are pretty minimal, but seeing what we have in front of us, I think it's probably not compatible with the historic architecture on the site. So,
Should we make a motion
zero motion there.
to defer? Or do we, I haven't been.
I think this was
on the file, so it's-
Staff's recommended at height scale, max, referral for architectural inspection. Staff's recommended. Recommendation, so you know, what I do, I guess. I'll go ahead and make a motion for height scale and mass, referral for architectural direction with staff's comments.
We have
it's like,
a motion for denial, height scale and mass, referral for architectural direction. Motion by Bill Huey, second by Laura. Put it to a vote. Bill Turner,
yeah,
Laura,
yeah,
Bill.
Yeah.
Chair votes with the majority. Motion carries. And item is 15. Something for.
15 Hampton Court is new, east side, Old City District. They're requesting conceptual approval for a new family residence. This is the property's location on Hampton Court. Existing site photos. Some context of Hampton. Architecture inventory from 1985, with the original house. And some Sanborns for the original house. Yeah, I will turn it over to the applicant.
Hi, my name is Kevin. I'm the applicant and the owner. I believe that we designed the house to fit right into the existing homes on the street. With the historic porches and some of the cherry colors with it. Yeah, feedback on it.
Would you like to kind of explain, like, if I see the drawings?
Yeah.
Flicker.
Yes, yeah. So it's just a single family 2-story home. That is just basically the first floor. Second floor. The front elevation on the bottom page. Second to rear elevation is on the back. It's on the top.
I can be the joint applicant too and help explain the building if you'd like me to. We designed the building in such a way with the fenestration of the windows as well as a 2-story double front porch to fit in with the Charleston architecture. The way we did the driveway was we indented the front door so that we could have a 2-car driveway tandem with a 9-foot. That should be around a 10.5 to 11-foot wide driveway so you can open up your doors properly. We're using Marvin windows, thicker hardy siding. Aunt Betty's China, we might do whether y'all want, tabby on the foundation or brick or something to that regard. The back will be terrace. The lot slopes from front to back. So we're gonna have a very beautiful terrace garden starting at the rear of the driveway, which would be about a foot and a half step up with the brick probably border. Other than that, the back is completely sealed away. So we did do a larger slider door in the back, but you cannot see it from any neighbors. Directly behind that, I believe is a school. So we back up to their parking lot there. We opted for longer windows, again, to fit in with the neighborhood and historic charm. And any other questions, just let us know. And it is a 3-bedroom, 2.5 bath, around 1,800 square feet. We designed it so to be a single family home. We didn't want to, this is a spec home for him, but we didn't want a developer to come in and purchase it and have it as a large rental. So that's why we kept it smaller than the 1,800 scale to fit.
Sorry, could you say your name again?
Chamberlain Chestnut.
I do have one question. Into that.
Any questions?
Yeah. What's pushing the building back on the lot?
It's just so that we can get it our driveway in.
So it's just so that you can stack the cars?
Yes, sir.
Okay.
Are the windows casement windows or double hungs? I was confused by the elevations versus the window image at the very end. Looked like it had an arrow, like it was a double hung.
We're gonna be doing casement windows.
And I believe Shasta just stated Marvin, but the drawings label Anderson. Which product it is,
We're most likely gonna do understand.
and do you know which particular product? It just says non-vinyl.
We're still working on.
Thanks. Let's get back to one.
Questions?
Thank you.
What's streetscape in this application?
I didn't see
I
one.
don't see one in there.
And just to confirm, this is not in a flood zone, is that correct?
It is on E10. That's gonna be.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you. Have you written
No written public comment.
public comment?
Hi, my name's Christina Butler. I live at 6 Hampton Court across the street. Only found out about the project maybe a week ago and had a chance to meet with the applicant earlier. And as a resident, I'm really excited to see a house that's potentially small enough to be single family and not another beach house on stilts with lots of renters. I'm happy that there's 2 off-street parking spaces, even though I don't have to park on the street. And I think one of the motivations for have that front porch instead is the lot is 30 foot wide. So I think one of their struggles was parking. I don't want to critique the design because it's conceptual, so they haven't picked the windows and that, but I do like the fact that this is smaller than it could be on that lot. So that's.
April Woods, for Charleston Foundation. We've reviewed this request for conceptual approval at 15 Hampton Court, and we have some concerns about the proposed plans that they do not seem to fit into the character and streetscape of Hampton Court. And some of that might be resolved by having a streetscape and more information in the submittal package. And we suggest that the house should be pulled forward to the street to be aligned with the neighboring properties, and that fenestration detailing should be restudied to be more compatible with the architectural context. As I said, I think it would be helpful, especially on the front elevation, to have a little bit more information about the architectural details. And we respectfully recommend deferral of this application so that these issues can be addressed.
Well, Bay with the Preservation Society. The Preservation Society feels this could potentially be an acceptable proposal, but this application does not meet submittal requirements as it is missing a streetscape elevation, which is required for new construction to show proposed buildings' height and scale in its neighborhood context. We feel this is a critical piece of information to have before evaluating the proposal for conceptual approval. We would also encourage the applicant to restudy the siting of the structure closer to the street edge to allow it to be set more in line with the neighboring houses. Thank you.
What was the last comment? Sorry.
Oh, yeah. We would also encourage the applicant to restudy the siting of the structure closer to the street edge to allow it to potentially be more in line. Just a possibility.
Any additional public comment? Comment is closed, and we will go to city staff comments and recommendations.
The front elevation shows good vertical proportions and is a nice composition. However, the floor to floor dimensions do not mathematically match the finished floor elevations. A correct view so the board can understand the accurate proportions of the proposal, as these do affect the overall massing. House should be pulled forward to match the context of the street. Provide access to front porch from street. All the other houses in context have a piazza door at the sidewalk. The mix of hip roofing on the back and gabled at the front is odd. Applicant is encouraged to study an all gable roof for consistency and context. As a reminder, the rear of the proposal will be visible because of the parking lot behind the property. For preliminary, omit the 1x4 trim piece below the window on the elevations and window detail. The window should sit directly on the sill. Staff recommendation is deferral for corrections to understand floor proportions.
Would you like to respond to staff recommendations? Public comment?
Again, this was just a conceptual plan. We'll go back to the drawing board, but with the lot being only 30 feet wide with the current setbacks of that particular neighborhood, it's very tough to get a 2-car driveway in without this house looking like a shotgun house, meaning they're very skinny, like we're seeing a lot of these homes 12, 13, 14 feet wide. So that's why we did have that aspect of the rear with the front door. But if we removed that and came forward to the street, we would limit ourselves to 1 car, and that's already a one lane road. So there's the traffic, we have to park on site. And we studied it by doing like a 13-foot wide house, but I don't think anyone in this room would agree that a 13 or 14-foot wide house would look appropriate here. So that's why we did that. We'll do everything we can to accommodate all these recommendations and conditions. I appreciate your time, and we'll come back again and present again. Yes, sir.
Clarification, post we are in board discussion and a vote.
It's a good general direction, although I agree that we're missing some important things, like the streetscape, the height of the floor to floor. I think that in terms of addressing the street, maybe even if the porch was just a little deeper and the stairs came down, that might create enough of a balance or a connection. Because I definitely understand parking and the side setbacks and wanting to adhere to those rules. It does look, it's like the front elevation gives that feel a little bit of that side entry.
Yeah, I think it's good.
Yeah, I'm not opposed to a front porch. I don't think it needs to look like a Charleston single house. There are plenty of examples around town. And you have a house like this plugged in. I do wish it engaged the street better. But I do understand the desire to stack two cars, maybe even pursuing a side setback. So you utilize that 3 feet on the other side. I don't know if that would help out enough to be able to bring more of the building up to or not, may or may not. I agree about the comment about maybe some front steps coming off the front porch. That goes right into the dining room. So, there's no reason why that couldn't be the main entry there. And the one over to the side downplayed as a secondary entrance. I do agree that we need a streetscape drawing to assess the height, scale, and mass. Let's see. I agree with staff on the roof forms. I think unifying the roof forms would help. Maybe they become all gable. Some of the right side windows look uncomfortably close to the corner boards. That's just a minor detail, just something to sort of look at. Maybe elevate some of the fenestration a little bit more, especially maybe some of the detailing on the front porch. I'm happy to hear that they're planning on using a thicker hardy. That's a good thing. But overall, I think it's headed in a pretty good direction.
I agree with, I think, all of staff's comments, and I appreciate number 5 about that strange trim piece under the window. Yeah, I think height, scale, and mass, I agree, it's in the right ballpark for sure. And I think, there's a lot of kind of refinement and, resolution of details that needs to happen. And so the siding thickness was confirmed that you want to use the bigger stuff. Did that come up? I missed that.
He
You said
mentioned
that?
that in his presentation.
Is that a current VAR requirement?
I mean, it has been something we've kind of,
Is it available right now? Because last time I did the house, we couldn't source it.
there
Through
are
exterior.
alternatives.
Oh,
to-
through exterior.
Yeah.
Well, yeah.
And yeah, that's all I got. I think streetscape would help. I think listening to the comments and input from the public and the board would help. And just kind of resolving and refining details and conditions.
Yeah, I agree. I found the drawings to be fairly minimal. Of course, there was no comparative streetscape elevation, which is, I think is a problem. I think I'd scale it mass.
Yeah, we need that part.
I can surmise from looking at it, the height, scale, and mass are probably fine. It really should be.
I will say going forward, the detailing is really pretty sparse. So when you get into your presentation, a true representation of how the trim's going to work, how all the cornice details are going to work, all that. This is very rudimentary what's drawn here. So if it continues like this, like I wouldn't review that for preliminary right now. If you came back and fixed everything we said, but the drawings were at that level of quality, I would say, let's defer this. It's not complete enough. So there's a lot of detailing. When you come back and you keep going with it, it's going to show up.
Well, I'd like to add one other thing. concerning the setback at the front of the house. If for some reason it can't come up closer, even something like a built element, like a fence or a wall or something along that front sidewalk, that will sort of give some sort of a hard edge to the sidewalk that those neighboring houses are already providing. So some presence, yes. So that's something that I think should be considered. I really liked your idea of maybe making the porch deeper.
Yeah,
I think
It's only
shallow
about
right
7
now.
feet.
Yeah, it's shallow.
That would help.
Yeah.
And then if you look at the fact that there's actually, if you relocate your stair to the front
Porch is
and your
fine.
entry to the front, there's also that bit of space right there on the side where the stairs are. You could take that depth and elongate the driveway into that, as you move it forward. So you're getting closer and closer to the street just mathematically by doing some of these things.
Yeah.
I think a solution's there. I'm encouraged by the fact that the house is not huge. And that I think you're approaching it in the right direction. It's just, there's a lot of procedural stuff with drawing. But the streetscape is really, probably shouldn't even be reviewing it because it's not really a complete submittal without that. So just, be on par with that. And again, as you go forward, again, that detailing, just at some point, it's going to need to show the detailing as truly proposed. It's going to go to that.
Try to make a motion for do deferral with staff comments 1, 3, 4, and 5. And board conditions to provide the streetscape drawing and to improve the relationship to the street. Okay.
Repeat your second condition, your second board condition.
To improve the relationship to the street. And for what staff said, that can just be implied, but to correct the floor to floor dimensions.
Deferral with staff 1, 3, 4, and 5, and board conditions to provide streetscape and improve the relationship to the street.
Do we have a motion? Is there a second?
I'll second.
Second by Laura. Let's go vote. Bill?
Yeah, in favor.
Bill Huey?
Yeah.
Laura?
Yeah, in favor.
Juliana?
Yeah.
Chair votes with the majority. Motion carries 5-0. Item is 161 Tradd Street.
161 Tradd is a category 3 in Charlestown, circa 1870 in the old historic district. They're requesting conceptual approval for fenestration operations and rear addition. This is the property's location on Tradd Street. Some existing site photos. Sanborn maps. Architecture inventory from 1973. And I will turn it over to the applicant.
Good evening, Sebastian von Marshall. I'm the architect. We are submitting this design for conceptual approval. It has previously received zoning approval at the September 19 meeting for a lot coverage variance and extension of non-conformance. That's that. And I guess I have a clicker.
If it gives you a hard time, I'll do it for you.
Thank you. Thank you, Frankie. So for starters, in the top left corner there, you see an aerial image from 1872 and the location of the proposed building, which is currently, it's on that lot between Council and Limehouse. No structures in there, so 1872 didn't exist yet. By the time we get to our Sanborn maps from 1902 and 1955, obviously those properties are there. We think it was built as one of 4 speculative houses. It's very similar to the addresses immediately to the east. Therefore, all of them have been changed a little bit. What's interesting is that by 1902, you can see that the back portion of this house had already been extended a little bit further than some of those other houses. Just sort of an interesting anecdote for this property. In Poston, I think it's listed as one of the Matthews speculative housing developments, and they said right around the sort of 3rd quarter of the 19th century. Some aerial images showing the property directions. And then some site photos. You can see in the top middle view is the property. And one thing I'd like to point out is, the masonry gate piers on either side, and sort of the visibility as we're looking back down the driveway towards the rear of the property. We'll come back to that. The properties immediately to the east and west are arranged accordingly next to that center image. And then some other context pictures below that of other buildings. Directly across from this, for example, are those newer townhouses. I guess they're 70s or 80s. Right there. Some close-up images of the property. You can see the east side there stretching back along the neighbor's driveway, the elevation of the front of the house, and then the existing west elevation of the house, 2-story porch. Then the addition in the back, you can see 4 windows and a French door. And then what's really interesting is if you look at the south elevation, we were not able to find any confirmation of this, but you can see how the gable is only covering a part of that addition. And then to the left of that, it looks like there's sort of a parapet that runs above the cornice. We actually think at some point this addition had a porch on the side facing west. We're not entirely sure, but the language strongly seems to suggest that, which led us to believe that much of what is on that west elevation is quite new. And we actually spoke to the Preservation Society Historic Charleston Foundation and sort of came to a consensus that most of that is probably a later infill. The condition of the wood and the siding, the trim seems to suggest it's newer construction as well. If it's falling apart, it's not the next old siding or hard pine. So those are kind of some interesting observations. And then some precedent for what we're proposing. At the top left, there's 45 Church Street. It's on the corner of Church and Water. Glen Keys sort of added a nice little suite on the back of that house as it telescopes along Water Street. You can see it in the left in the top right image. And then below, kind of a nice aerial image of the block directly north of ours above Trad Street. I think that's new. And then Logan on the right that form that triangle. You can see the precedent for these houses that kind of ramble on and extend in 2-story and 1-story additions back into the lot. I mean, I feel like almost every house has something like that. So that kind of brings us to, this was more of a zoning page for lot coverages. So that brings us to our site plan. And you can see that what we're proposing is an addition on the south of the building. A couple of key things that we kept in mind. The building steps back 12 inches on either side of that existing corner, so it respects the historic building footprint, and then is intentionally differential and subordinate to that in its width and its dimensions. Moving on to our floor plan, you can see the existing floor plan above. The interior of that rear part has really been significantly altered as well. I mean, it's sort of one big room and not a whole lot of fabric, I think, historic fabric left in there. That's a ventless gas fireplace at the end, if you're wondering why you didn't see a chimney or any kind of vent out there. And then the proposed floor plan, you can see we're not touching any of the porch of the existing piazza. We're changing essentially that addition on the back, reconfiguring it to add a mudroom and a water closet, a pantry, and reconfigured kitchen family room, and then a 1-bedroom bathroom addition on the back. We are proposing to change the fenestration on that west side elevation of that addition. Again, we feel that it's relatively, and actually, frankly, the pictures we took of the windows themselves are relatively new as well. They are single pane, they're wood, but they are new. And then on the second floor, you can see some reconfiguration as well, and then the roof and the overhanging cantilevered roof in our proposed addition back. And the roof plan, no change to the roof on the front of the house, only the new roof on the proposed addition. Elevations, existing elevations are at the top, proposed elevations are at the bottom. You can see no visual impact whatsoever on the front of the elevation. And then we also feel that in general, the visibility will be fairly limited of this addition. There's no doubt it is visible, but I think the impact is minimal as you're looking down this property and even on the neighbor's property. That gap between the house and the driveways is pretty steep. But nevertheless, you can see the rear addition of our proposed or the rear elevation of our proposed addition. There it is, with a parapet on a flat roof. The prominent west facing elevation, you can see how we're changing those windows. In fact, we're keeping the top two windows where they are. It's really just 3 windows on the ground floor as a family kitchen, family living room area. We want to bring in a little bit more light connected to the garden and the pool that's out there, and then removing the door over into the addition on the back. We are sticking with 6/6 or 6/9 windows where we are changing the fenestration, and then switching to 2/2 windows in the addition to, again, keep it sympathetic, but intentionally differentiated. And then no windows on the east side. Unfortunately, it's on the property. It's not on the property line, but it's still within the zone where we can't add windows. And then none of the other windows are changing. The reason it looks a little different, we're proposing to pull all those metal pipes off the wall, all the old drain lines, and then we're showing some shutters on the and I apologize. Sorry, yeah, I jumped the gun. Before I finish, I would like to mention that the board has seen this address here before. There have been various other iterations of this project. We've worked very hard with the owner and with the preservation groups, both HCF and the Preservation Society, to come up with a design that we felt was sympathetic, understated, with plenty of precedent, and very much subordinate to the main house and the historic character of the house. So we've been in touch with them a lot, and I had a couple site meetings that were all very positive. So I thank you and welcome any questions.
On this elevation, can you explain the reasoning for some shutters, but not all?
Off the top of my head, I cannot, I apologize. And I guess for, yeah, yeah, for now, I would say
They just
the
crashed.
conceptual level, yeah, it was.
Yeah, sorry.
I do have one minor, and it's very minor comment, question rather. The 3 new windows that you're adding into
Yes.
the existing extension, is there a reason why the heads of those drop down from both the new addition and the main house? Or is it just sort of a drafting error?
That may, I apologize, that may have been a drafting error as well. We would study that very closely as we do our final drawings. It's fine, but I agree with that. Thank you.
Comments?
Have 3 written comments. First we have from John Cannon. I own and reside at 159 Trad Street, Unit A, which is directly next door to 161 Trad. I have seen, reviewed, and am familiar with the plans and architectural drawings regarding this addition. I fully support this addition and do not believe it will affect my property or neighboring properties in any discernible manner, and believe it comports with the historical integrity and aesthetics of the surrounding homes and neighborhood. Should you have any questions or concerns, I am available at your convenience. Then we have, my name is Caitlin Daly. I own and reside at 4 Council Street. My house backs up to 161 Trash Street. I have seen, reviewed, and am familiar with the plans and architectural drawing. Same letter from that person. They are in support of the addition and do not believe it will negatively affect their property or neighboring properties in a discernible manner. And we also have the same information from Ann Mintz at 156 Trash Street, Unit B. I will also add, we received 1 letter today after the deadline from One Limehouse, which was in opposition but since it was after the deadline for public comment, it was not provided to the board. That is all the written public comment I have.
Is there public comment?
From Limehouse Street.
City staff, comments and recommendations?
We just had an observation that we appreciate the simplified setback design of the addition, and we are recommending conceptual approval with final review by staff of permit drawings.
The applicant like to respond? Public
Yeah, thank
comment or
Thank you very much.
you're in board discussion? Have a vote.
Jump in real quick. Thank you for good, clear drawings. They help quite a bit. I'm gonna say that over and over. Every time we get the plans that well detailed, even though it's a conceptual design, it's much easier to review, much easier to get a grasp of what you're proposing to do. And it's obviously a reflection that you put a lot of thought into what you're doing. We're gonna make a point of publicly saying that every time so that everybody can hear that. Just a quick comment. I think your conclusion about on the west elevation about potentially that enclosed area is, I'm pretty sure, correct. And in light of that, I guess I would maybe say that in my mind, if you wanted to adjust alignment of windows either on the first or second level to correspond a little bit better, I wouldn't have any problem with that. And then just a minor detail, again, I'm sure you know this, just a graphic thing, but that your lock rail and your shutter should be below the check rail of the windows.
Thank you. So you can lock the window from the inside.
You can lock the window, yeah, or lock the shutter when you close the window, that's right. Otherwise, thank you for a very, very good spot.
Thank you.
Agree with the things Bill said. And I think this is great. And my only minor comment / concern is I think you call it a run roof on the addition. Just the way that it kind of runs into that existing corner and that you would see a little triangle from the main piazza when you, I don't know, maybe if that could just be pulled in or somehow altered to address that, but otherwise it's perfectly great.
I have nothing to add.
I have nothing to add.
Okay.
Virtue of a good season.
It's a nice to get.
I'll go ahead and make a motion for conceptual approval with final review by staff and permit drawing.
Have a motion on the floor for conceptual approval, final review by staff of permit drawings. Do we have a second?
I'll second.
Second by Phil Turner. To a vote, Laura,
Yay in favor.
Judy,
Yeah,
Phil Turner.
Yeah, in favor.
Oh, you,
Yeah, in favor.
your vote is the majority. Carries 5-0.
Thank you very much.
Last item is one Kratman.
One Fratman is a category 3 in Charleston Village, circa 1855 in the old historic district. They're requesting demolition of the rear addition. This is the property's location on Trapman Street. The existing site photos. A context of Trapman. View from Trumbo Street. And I will turn it over to
I'm Ashley Jennings, I'm the architect on the project. Clients, Allie and Joe, couldn't be here tonight, they're in Asheville, but they're watching on YouTube, so y'all can wave to them. We've been here before for demolition request, and we were deferred. And we were asked to follow a kind of bizarre sequence where we went to BAR first and then went to BZA with the idea that the BZA wanted to know that the BAR would approve the demolition before we got the setback variance for the addition that we proposed to replace the demolition, the demolished addition with. And ironically, after the board deferred it, the BZA decided to take the application anyway. So we've been granted the variance
for setbacks for the proposed addition. I just wanted to let y'all know that before we started the process tonight, because it was very confusing last time. So since some of you weren't at the meeting last time, I'll go through the presentation again. But the addition is a circa early 1900s addition on the rear of the building, and you can see it right here. And we believe it was built as kind of an additional residence in the back. It's 2 stories. And it's been modified over time. We know that these doors are new. We know that there was probably a window up here. Obviously, there's some pipes and things that have been added. There's a stairwell that's fairly new, has been added. There's a through the wall air conditioner unit here. And as you go around the building, we think that of the original openings, this is probably the most original opening here. Part of the reason that my clients don't like this addition is because of the way that it interacts with the house. So we can look at the Sanborn maps and you can see that when the addition was originally placed there, there was a little bit of a hyphen. And then at some point, they added on to, maybe I'll go back. They added on to, there's another weird addition here on the back of the piazza. It goes all the way through. So it kind of, it negates whatever that hyphen was to begin with. So the proposal, my clients came to me and said they wanted to do something to the back of the house. They really don't want to remove this element because this is going to become the kitchen. But this structure, we know it's historic, but sometimes historic additions are weird, and maybe we don't need to keep them. And so that was the discussion we had at the last meeting, and I think there was some pretty good consensus among the board, at least, to consider the demolition, but there was also some discussion about what's being proposed to go back. And so tonight we're bringing you what's being proposed to go back as the second part of this application. One thing to note, and that's why we have these drawings with the red lines on them, is the existing structure, the existing structure, the entire structure sits below base flood elevation significantly. And then the addition steps down again. So you take 2 big steps down into the addition. And if we decided that we were going to keep the addition, we would want to at least level the floors out, which would mean altering the structure somehow. Either this was the first option, was to take the floor out. Second floor is really small. Take it out, raise the floor internally within the structure, which would change the relationship of the structure to the existing windows and things like that. Or the other option would be to kind of try to disconnect it and raise it. Neither of them are really exciting possibilities for that structure right now. And so that was part of the logic in agreeing that we would look at the demolition of this addition first. And so if I'll have any questions, I'll be happy to answer them.
The board went to visit at another meeting of MS, right? Yes. Does that kitchen counter really zigzag like that?
It does.
Okay, cool.
Questions?
Public comment.
None received.
No written comment. Public comment?
Laurel Fay with the Preservation Society Charleston. The Preservation Society feels that the goals of the homeowners can be accomplished by maintaining the footprint and form of the circa 1902 addition And we encourage the owners to pursue its preservation, given this is a historic element that helps show the evolution of this property. Thank you.
Any additional public comment? Comment, because we'll see the staff comments and recommendations.
Staff just had an observation that the existing addition is blocking features which was some windows of the historic house, and staff was recommending approval of the motion.
Do I respond? Public comment?
I
Staff?
would like to, well, I appreciate staff's comments. I would like to respond to preservation societies. I agree. A lot of times I would say the first thing to do would be to look at the addition. We did look at the addition, and I think part of the issue is that the way that the building relates to the L in the back, the rear gable, it completely, almost completely covers that rear window. It's very close to the back wall. And if we did try to reuse that structure, an adaptive reuse situation, I think you could go back to those sections and look at the sections and see how we would kind of change the relationship of the floor plate to the windows or the doors or anything in the building. So it can't stay, I don't know that it would ever stay intact with the exterior stair, with the second floor, to be able to use the structure the way that they want to use it, which is for a painting studio. So that would be just something to keep in mind for preparation. Thank you.
We are in board discussion. Vote.
So can I just touch up a little? The last time it was deferred. Correct? This was deferred or?
Who was that?
Deferred for requested information and to allow applicant to explain graphically what comes in its place.
Yeah. Wanting to know if it might come back, be very enough for you.
Gotcha. Well, I mean, it was the unusual and kind of charming little form that somebody's stuck on there at some point. And I would be remiss if I didn't acknowledge that the weird porch enclosure and little extension of that piazza is kind of working in your favor, which seems like an odd situation that works. You're somehow getting credit because that messes up the relationship with this little form. I mean, I would be really intrigued by the notion of, even if you moved the floor level in that little thing to something that is coplanar with the main floor, just keeping that space, having a really tall ceiling up to the existing historic, structure, and changing the fenestration, I think would be fine. I don't know, the form and the way it touches the old house, being 120 years old or more, it's pretty cool to me. But I'm open-minded. Like,
And
hear what
I
other
think
people.
we, having not been there,
Yeah.
you might be at a disadvantage
Correct.
in understanding like what is
Mhm.
happening between that
Fair.
addition and what was on the back of the original house. Maybe y'all next put on that.
It's real hard to understand from the drawings. If you come home, I can be out there. It's weird situation.
It does block off the back of the main house. Right, it's funky, and I think we were saying just because it's old doesn't mean it couldn't be funky or strange.
Well, that's photographs that show the. Shows for me and Laura.
I think there's some, like this,
You see, there is a.
and maybe the page before shows that.
My mind wants to kind of erase the little
This is
extension and
what I
erase the
was trying to
stair.
understand, like, is that a gap right there?
Uh-huh,
Yes.
and it always was.
Mhm.
And so that was the height.
Uh-huh.
And then this,
And that shows up on the 1902 Sanborns like that, but without the stair and without that expansion of the piazza.
Originally, I think that may have been, look at the sandboards, it may have actually been inset, and then it's just sort of been squared off. And there's a window. The original wall of the house in that little space. If you look
There's a little.
there,
window
yeah,
that's
there's a
still
window in there.
Existing and open, like you can look through
There's a
it.
photograph on the next page where
Like
you
the-
can see that.
The 1902
Yeah.
Sanborn
Oh,
form
yeah,
is still visible, right? Is that what you're saying?
I'm not, I'm not sure that space is, but I'm not sure that.
Well, it
But-
goes back sometimes, I mean, just
I'm
because
not
it's
sure
old.
that
doesn't
little
mean it's new.
separation there is exactly the same as it is on the sandboard. See how it's tucked in on the sandboard.
So that window would have been there, right? That you're talking about?
Yeah. But at grade, that tuck in is gone,
Uh-huh.
but on the second
Second.
floor, it's all the way through.
Yeah.
I
think
so.
on the sixth-
So the hyphen, the little teeny tiny hyphen was only at the first floor, even way back.
Yeah, I think so, yeah.
Yeah. And
That's
then
so funny.
the extrusion of what's going to be the kitchen just sort of muddied everything even further.
And the stairs not helping anything.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I wonder what happened to those people between 1888 and 1902 to make them do all that.
Good kitchen.
Do you know?
Yeah, but I will tell you that the property line now is an angle. So they filled off even more of their parcel at some point.
I like what Laura said, you know, and I'm usually the one that wants to say everything. Sometimes things were kind of not right in the beginning, just because it's old doesn't make it right, you know.
And I mean, if you look at that little gap, there should be a cricket across the back of that thing.
But the way the kitchen, I mean, the kitchen jut out, it almost goes in and kind of crashes into the old hyphen and
Yeah.
kind of snakes its way through and.
That's what I was saying. It's kind of ironic that that's working, that bad stuff is working in their favor for this
Yeah.
kind of, you know, but. I'll let one of the people who's been there take the lead.
Sure. I think this is one that I'm willing to let go. I recommend approval for the demolition.
Motion on the floor for approval of demolition. Is there a second? Second. Second by Bill Huey. We'll put it to a vote. Laura,
Yay in favor.
Julia,
I'm gonna mix it up. They may have.
Bill.
Yeah, in
Bill,
favor.
Then the chair votes majority. Motion carries 4-1.
Slides, it's the same one, but
Next one is.
one Trapman is
One Trapman.
requesting conceptual approval for the rear addition. And they don't have the additional context slides, so I'd like to over.
They don't have the slides.
I don't have our context slides.
They were.
Since they were in the previous one.
Okay, sorry, I thought you meant you didn't have. my
No, I'm sorry. I didn't want to make y'all sit through the context slides again.
They wanted me to sketch it last time. Okay, sorry, Ashley. Sorry. So, is this the beginning of my presentation?
Yes,
That's
ma'am.
okay, they look the same at the beginning, it's so confusing. So the intent for the addition is a painter studio, and the reason that's important is when you look at the addition, you're gonna wonder why does it look like that? So we know where the original was, right? And just so y'all know, I think this is where that little pinch was, the hyphen right here.
Are you pointing at something?
The laser doesn't really show up for this.
Y'all can't see the laser?
Maybe
I
it's
can
not.
see it though.
Oh,
I can see it when I see it over here. Can you see it if I stand, if I do it on this one?
No, not on the.
Okay. So, this.
Yeah.
It was the hyphen right here.
Yeah.
So the idea is to kind of clean up the backyard, to pull the addition away a little bit, to create some access to the backyard. And as you can see, the backyard is really strangely shaped. But one thing that addition did, the existing addition, was kind of blocked their access to the yard visually and physically. There was a stoop on the back that they walked through the kitchen to get to. But one of the things we wanted to do was create a bigger break between the addition and the house, create an opportunity to walk out to the yard. And then the back area is supposed to serve as a painting studio. They wanted plenty of pin-up space to paint, to be able to pin things up on the wall. And they wanted an overhang to be able to grill in the yard. So the idea was that this area was going to be like set up a grill to be able to have this space with lots of natural light. But they didn't necessarily need any lower windows here. And that was the challenge. And so this is the existing, you can see the crazy zigzag kitchen counter. And this is the proposed addition and plan. And the idea is to it'll just be a one-story space now instead of a two-story space, so that we can minimize impact on that L by pulling it away and lowering the roof element. And then tucking, one of the things that you saw in the previous photographs is that there was a sea of condensers in the yard, and the idea is to kind of corral those condensers on the roof element that connects the two below the window and the L. And so what you see on the lower part of the drawing is the proposal for this addition. And you see that the eave line comes below the window, the door height over there. So the idea is that the eave line comes low and those dormers act as almost a clerestory light for that space. And you can see the shift in the gable here. It lowers it, and then you have a kind of a lower kind of a salt box element on this roof that creates that overhang, the opportunity for the dormer light and the overhang for the grilling area below, with some nice glass doors on the back to walk out into the garden. And these are some shots. I think it's probably helps to look at the structure in 3 dimensions so you can see what that looks like. And also to be able to understand what you're actually going to see from the right away. Can't see much from Trapman Street, but you will be able to see the addition from Trumbo Street, and that's trying to illustrate there. To back up a little bit and go over materiality, once again, we want to break from the original, so the intent is to do a masonry structure with a stucco on it, with a true standing seam metal roof on the top. The infill will have a shiplap siding. That's very, the idea is to kind of recall the siding on the other elements of the building, but be a little bit smoother and a little bit more subtle. And then we've put a screen covering over those mechanical units that'll allow ventilation, but will kind of mask the mechanical units. So you can see how it relates to the back of the structure here. I don't think I need to add anything else unless anybody has any questions.
Maybe one small one. What's driving the dormers forward?
What's driving pulling the
Dormers
dormers
forward.
forward? I think just to lower the sill height on them a little bit.
So there'd be like a really deep sill way up high in that room? Is that
Yeah,
what
and I
it-
should have, I had a nice section that I cut for the owners so they could see what happens there, but there's actually a shelf. So if you were thinking about a painting studio, you have a place where maybe you have a pinup bar to put things, and then the shelf above it, and that's where those dormers sit. So that there's a shelf that goes into that dormer. That's the overhang, and then the dormers come up from that. Does that make sense?
Is the, okay, I'm looking back at your perspective sheet. The lower left hand, is it zoomable? Can you zoom on it?
You said lower.
Lower left
Yeah.
drawing, the mechanical hyphen area. That looks,
That wasn't it.
well, it looks like it's sloped like a roof. Is that what that is?
I think that's like maybe graphic.
Is it-
You leaned your railing.
You see it right behind you on that drawing, that little mechanical, it looks like it's sloped like a roof.
This is sloped.
It
The
is,
mechanical penthouse is sloped. Yes.
Wait, but where's the mechanical unit?
They're sitting down inside of a parapet wall, and then that sits on top.
Oh,
of
so
it.
it's like a
So it's
gabled
like,
screen?
Yeah, it's like a gable, like a teak.
okay, is it? Yeah, it's labeled, oh, okay, so it's a really slat wood mechanical screen, but it's sloped.
Mhm.
Slash roof.
so that it looks like a roof. That's why it's got the.
That's fun.
Okay. And it drains.
Well, it's not, we're gonna have to resolve that. The water's gonna drain through it because the air has to come out too. So we're gonna have to put some sort of membrane in there and put a scupper.
Like over the window and that hyphen kind of
I think it'll have to go on the opposite side.
Okay.
Down.
to the neighbor's yard.
Okay. All right, I was just trying to make sure I was reading.
Any additional questions?
No.
Public comment.
Laurel Fay with the Preservation Society Charleston. The PSC feels this is a reasonably scaled addition, and we appreciate that the proposal respects the hierarchy of the historic building. However, we do struggle with elements of the design, including the tall blank wall, heavy roof form, and overscaled dormers. We see a path forward for this project, but we would encourage restudying the design with more simplified and traditional forms and incorporating fenestration within the blank wall section. Thank you.
Any additional public comment? Staff recommendations.
The staff just had a condition for approval. The proposed addition includes a gable placed unevenly over the structure. Staff recommend the gable be placed evenly through the addition. Though the addition may not be seen in its entirety. However, if the roof remains as proposed, the dormers should not be placed beyond the exterior wall beneath them. Staff recommendation is conceptual approval with staff conditions and final review by staff of permit documents.
Like to respond? Staff. Public comment.
Thank you. I think, as that, I know I've had several people ask me about the blank wall. And I think I'll go back to that really quickly, just to show y'all the relative, oops, not the next slide. I want to get to that. I think it's easier to see here. You can see that the eave height is lower than that door. The wall height is something that you can pass under, comfortably on the ground level. But see, if you look at it horizontally and you run a line from that eave across the front of the building, you wouldn't have any windows down there anyway. I mean, you might have the bottoms of the windows, but the idea was that this creates that area for them to set up a grill. And I know that not everybody that owns this house is gonna use that area for a grill, but the idea being that we've lowered the eave to kind of take care of a blank wall there. And then the second comment about aligning the dormers with the exterior wall, I think we could certainly entertain that idea.
Thank you.
Thank you. We're now in discussion.
I think it's pretty clever, and I think even the fairly limited visibility and the explanations of why the dormers are projecting and why it's unique. I'm comfortable with it, and I think it's a clever solution to the different levels at play and the interaction with the existing house. And maybe the client can paint something pretty on the blank wall, and I'm fine with it.
So that slight difference to that. I kind of agree with Preservation Society comments, especially about the scale of the windows. I think those probably are a little bit, could be maybe a little bit narrower. And I was wondering because the windows are virtually clear story, if they could be in plane with the wall, why you could not maintain the overhang, but then do a solution similar to like an eyebrow house, like a Key West eyebrow, where the windows tucked up under that overhang. So you could respond to some fenestration on that wall too, because I do think it's a big blank wall. It'd be actually a pretty interesting detail where you have windows that align under your clear story windows that are tucked up under it, only broken by the depth of the rafters. So you could add some element to break up that big blank wall, and that would still be up above your grilling activity to potentially accomplish what you're looking to do. So
I would say that wall and the dormers aren't really visible, or not very visible. So, and I didn't know if maybe the big blank wall with opposite side that she was talking about that faces Trumbo. Is that right?
The one on the right there, right?
Yeah, but that was too close to the property line, I think. So, I agree with Julia that based on the visibility and based on the purpose of this, it's.
I gotta go with Bill that I think it does need some fenestration over there. And I guess what kind of bothers me a little bit about the dormers is the dormers in relation to the overhang and in relationship to the lower eave. It just looks very heavy on that side. So I think that some restudy could help.
I understand why, I mean, the asymmetrical roof is really strange, but I understand why it's there. I mean, if that roof were symmetrical, it would be this wide, the house would be this wide. So I've got no issue about the asymmetrical roof. The dormers beyond the plane of the wall make that line look really heavy. It kind of over. So my only issue, I think, at the windows on that side, I don't think it's very visible down that low. I know it's not from the street from the front. It may be from the back. I'm not sure, but from that corner, but I don't think so. So I'm not overly concerned about the windows. I don't think it's maybe nice if they're there, but not a deal breaker. I think if there's some way to keep the light, I understand the interior concept of the shop. I think that's really interesting. But I do think visually it would be nice if those doors didn't come past the plane. Other than that, I agree. I think it's a very interesting and well thought out solution. And I appreciate the fact that it's stuck on one side.
Yeah, I mean, looking at the west elevation, the proposed west elevation, it is uncomfortable to look at that. It feels like it's gonna fall over. Just not totally sure how perceptible that would be to anybody in reality, but maybe there's like a compromise, and it sounds like the applicant's willing to work on that. Um, how about conceptual approval with a board condition to restudy the front plane of the dormers in relation to the wall below, based on board comments. And final review by staff.
Conceptual approval with board comment to re-study front plane of dormers in relation to the wall below. And final review by staff.
Motion by Julia, have a second?
I was gonna suggest. Can we say just restudy the dormers, because that would then address one of somebody's comments about the dormers maybe being the windows of the dormer being a little smaller, and just say restudy the dormers in general and cover all of the different board comments. But do you have, what do we have to do with yours first?
Second tie. Instead.
And let it die and make a new motion.
So withdraw.
First motion is withdrawn. Is there a motion?
I make a motion for conceptual approval with board condition to restudy the dormers. And with final review by staff.
Motion on the floor for conceptual approval with the board comment to restudy the dormers, final review by staff. Is there a second?
Oh, second, I'll say, sure, yeah, okay.
Second by Julia. I will put it to a vote. Bill Turner,
Yeah, in favor.
Bill Huey,
Yeah.
Julia,
Okay.
Laura,
Yeah, in favor.
chair votes with the majority, motion carries 5-0.
Thanks, y'all.
Next, we have 74 Radcliffe. It is new in Radcliffe Borough in the Old Historic District. They're requesting conceptual approval for new single-family residence. This property's location on Radcliffe Street. Existing site photos. Or existing site photo. Context of Radcliffe Street. Previous house on site. And I will turn it over to the applicant.
So, Lucas Boyd, we're the architects and owners. This is a house for ourselves on Radcliffe Street. Lasers.
And the laser is acting up on sorry.
Well, this is the parcel. It's 30 by 100, which is non-conforming. We were before the BZAZ in July for a special exception to build on a non-conforming lot and 2 variances. One for setbacks and one for lot coverage. Just some historical information, like was mentioned, there was a house here burned down in the 80s. And that is like after that is actually when it went from a 40-foot wide lot to a 30-foot wide lot. The neighboring property took over 10 feet. Here's some context photos. North side of the street is on the top, south side on the bottom. A little bit different fabric on the south side, but here's the street elevation with the proposed house in the middle. You can see we're limiting it to 2.5 stories, although we're technically allowed 3. And we're keeping the ridge line at the height of the ridge of the neighboring property. Some precedent around town. The coloring, we were looking at some of the off whites and creamy beiges around town. Some of the interesting brick detailing and these side entrances that don't have a piazza design. Site plan, you can see here. This is the setback. Instead of a 12-foot setback, we have a 10-foot. It's still technically compliant with the minimum west side setback. It's just a total side yard setbacks is from 15 to 13. And this is kind of a funky diagram explaining the idea in both plan and elevation. So basically you can see that the design really begins with a central switchback stair that's located exactly in the middle of the plan. Then adjacent to that is this recessed entry, this side loaded entry that determines the dimension and the spacing of the window grid. And even some of the brick detailing. Then the front and rear facades are essentially identical, very, very symmetrical, and this is something we tried to carry into the interior rooms, actually, the interior elevations as well, for that symmetry. First floor plan, we are elevated about 5.5 feet in the front and 4 feet in the back. So you can see we've mitigated that with a raised planter in the front and a stair in the back. Second floor, very, very symmetrical. Have a half story, the 26-inch knee wall, I believe, and then that 12 roof plan, you see a dormer on the east side. That's to accommodate the 3rd level stair landing and corridor. Here's a rendering, kind of the main view of the house. So the brick detailing, we're really trying to lean into some inventive brick detailing. We're looking at queen size, some factory stained bricks, but also looking at some painter's bricks and queen size painter's bricks. But the whole thing is running bond for the most part, except we have 2 2-foot datum struck at the floor, finished floor, and then the 2nd floor window head, and the running bond is rotated. And then these panels that flank the openings, those are Flemish bond in the recessed. And then the header bricks within the Flemish bond is further cut and recessed. So basically you get this interesting shadow play, and it is almost kind of a nod to the shutters that are around town, because they're exactly half the width of the opening, and just a gentle reference. And then this is with the oak tree that's on the street that previous image just had. This is an oblique view. You can see the recessed entry there and the wrapping of the brick detailing. Front and rear elevations. So it's a single bay facade. The main openings they're almost identical, but the main openings are all full like French doors. Where you see the guardrails, they're in swing and they create little Juliet balconies for the living room and 2 bedrooms on the 2nd floor. And you can see that planter or the stair in the back kind of doubling as a planter and HVAC stand. It's the entry elevation. See that really regular grid and the opening for the entry vestibule, the windows above and through are sized such that that brick detailing panel aligns with the sides of that accessory vestibule, while still being half the width of the windows. And this is the east facade, so relatively bare and openings, except for the two central ones, and that you see the dormer up top.
Questions?
We do not have any written public comment.
Public comment?
April Wood, Historic Charleston Foundation. We have reviewed this application and are very impressed with the relentless symmetry. I've never heard that term, but I like that term. And the simplicity of the detailing and plenty of materials, and we are supportive of the application.
Laurel Fay with the Preservation Society of Charleston. The PSC feels this proposal represents a successful example of compatible contemporary design within a historic context. The building is appropriately scaled to the existing context and utilizes authentic materials and details that are creatively reinterpreted to read of its time. We are pleased to lend our support and look forward to seeing this project progress throughout the design review process. Thank you.
Additional public comment? Comment is closed. Yeah. Recommendations.
We had two observations. The front elevation depicts graceful vertical proportions with interesting brick detailing, and the transition from the taller 76 and 78 Radcliffe to the shorter 70 and 72 Radcliffe is appreciated. Staff condition for approval, we recommend restudying the front windows, doors, considering adding a detail or grid. A Charleston tradition is the adaptation of buildings to its climate, which has established the city's aesthetic identity and enhanced the sustainability of its building stock. A means of achieving this principle may be by the use of shade fenestration facing south and west with elements such as roof overhangs, arcades, porches, awnings, loggias, balconies, and piazzas. Staff recommend, if possible, that the dormer be on the west side to match the location on adjacent building, but we understand the stairs, that might not be a possibility. Staff recommendation is conceptual approval with staff conditions and final review by staff of permit documents.
The applicant like to respond to public comment or board recommendations?
Sure. Number one, it's a contemporary house. I don't think the grids will really anything. Just kind of confuse things a little bit. And the second comment, I'm not entirely following, but it's a very tight site. And we're already leaving some area on the table. It's what we're under building from what we're technically allowed to. Yeah, I think just the geometric simplicity of it is the charm. I think the addition of overhangs that's and shades, that'd be in this context with this kind of technology we're using, modern products, it's more stylistically prescriptive. Like in the dormer, it's just it wasn't working on the side.
Board discussion and a vote.
I think it fits in great with the streetscape. I think it's a very nice design. I love its simple form. I love its brick detailing. It's of its time, but it respects the historic forms on the street. I think some of the tricks that have been used are great tricks in dealing with the building that has to be elevated above its historic neighbors, you know, the concealment of the entry stairs, lowering of the front windows down to, looks like they're probably, you know, right at floor height. They're functioning as doors. And the raised planter out front. You know, these all things they do a marvelous job of mitigating design as an elevated building. I happen to like the simple window forms. I don't think dividing them would really help. I think it would actually water down the design, but in my opinion, this is a home run.
Yeah, I would agree with that. And Bill, you're probably gonna also say that the drawings are really clear and good, right? There's even like an Ivy League diagram.
Yeah. They're rendered perspective.
And that's all really good. Yeah, I think it's great. I really have nothing to say. And I know these applicants, they do not like overhangs, so I'm not getting the overhangs.
Yeah, thank you for good drawings. So they're very clear, easy to read. The renderings are great. I think your neighbors should be happy that you rendered their homes as well. There's a lot of time in getting a nice presentation together. I appreciate that. I appreciate the detailing. I think it's done really well, very interesting. I appreciate that you as the owner and designer are not into overhangs. I will say that may consider later some guttering or something, because you're going to weather that facade pretty hard with no overhang down that brick. But you know, you're the owner. Water collection might be prudent, but it's clean without it. So
You-
I'll have to do that.
Anything?
I don't have to know.
So
It's very nice. Agree with Bill's comment about the water running down that beautiful white brick.
really careful about flashing
No.
and stuff.
Yeah, and I
They'll
do
watch
not
it.
think the windows. So I think those windows are perfect.
I'll make a motion for conceptual approval with final review by staff of permit documents.
Conceptual approval with final review by staff for this document. Is there a second?
I'll second.
Second by Laura. To a vote. Bill Turner,
Yay in favor.
Bill Huey,
yeah,
Laura,
Yeah, in favor.
Same thing.
chair votes with the majority. 4-0.
Would it be possible to have a brief intermission? We have a brief break.
I've had a great
I've been at recess.
5 minutes to it.
Is there a second?
Yeah.
Second.
All
Or
in
a
favor?
second, quickly. Yeah. Second.
Oops.
This is quickly on hands too. She started. You're good. I was gonna wave at you if you look back. It's going.
it takes long to do stuff, it's crazy stuff all over the place, but on the main big square property, it's still higher. Or not even where you are. One of the more difficult parts when you see the section. Sewer. Infrastructure. Okay. So. And they're stubborn. Extremely stubborn. We need a conditions left and right for capacity of their systems. And they're always asking us to upsize. They have no.
It's terrifying.
From what I can tell, continuous standards, I have no. Do what they say. The farthest one.
Yeah.
I want.
150.
Yeah, it's either 150 or 200. Whatever it is, we didn't need either. We did it voluntarily on pay. Because it wasn't all that expensive. Really, for a resident. It's $700. And yeah, so we went ahead and did it. Hey, Bubba. How are you?
Thank you.
I'm glad to text me. I thought I had another hour.
Yes.
Yeah, back there, the one behind where, we've got it upright again. Standing straight now. Yeah,
That's a fun.
yeah, it's kind of cool. We've got, that's like a kind of tiered approval. We're gonna be here in about 2 weeks for the full, for the presentation, hopefully get it fully approved.
Good addition.
There's an addition, we got the flood report, so we've got like a tiered permitting approval right now. We've got the first or the footer, excuse me, forward for the back part, but anything above, soil level. Yeah.
I don't know how you get that.
Well, we ended up getting in trouble for it later because we were framing for the, yeah, and
Well, that was.
they let, no, it was not, and in fact, I used kind of be part of this real project. It was a big deal, and it didn't seem like anyone was too mad about it, but, such is life, I suppose, so. We're doing kind of same thing there, but, been tough, I think we're past the toughest parts of straightening out the old building.
That thing was, people have done several.
Yeah.
Was obviously.
Okay.
Oh, sure, yeah. I mean, our engineer right now, Russell Rose. He's the same one that the previous owners hired, and he recommended demo at a.
Well, they said there'd be a 5-minute break.
One of these meetings. They're working too, no. I figured I'd just hire him as a structural engineer since he already knew something about the thing, so.
It's good. They're on forever.
Yeah, it's kind of old. It's kind of slow. Brian Wells has done both of those, and he's getting, yes. So, I mean, it's constant wave. Not like I move on voluntarily, but I'm using, Brian did both of those. For the 95 Line Street one, we used, because it was actually subcontracting.
Oh, yeah.
Staging scheme.
Oh, yeah.
He's a cool guy. Yeah. I'm not sure the word would. Yeah. Yeah. Oh, really? Yeah. No, he's like super cool. Love him. Didn't seem like it. He would like show up between like doing like a renovation of his own. His own investment somewhere, yeah. And be like, oh, yeah, did I have to do some structural drawings? Really?
But I mean.
I'm not sure why I was looking at that. I guess they work together often. She was like, there's kind of a package deal going on. I was like, is there? I was like, all right. Yeah, I was like, okay. Let's just do it, whatever. And so they was, I mean, we got it done, right? So. Yeah, I mean, it turned into a point where we were kind of doing that. I would like do a sketch that was really detailed with like some, you know, pretty generally accepted engineering call outs on the sketch. I'm like, hey, what do you think? But, and like the next day it turned into a drawing that was like the exact thing I did, but just in CAD, because I don't know how to use CAD.
And then, like, you did it Russell too.
Oh, I do it all the time.
Because he knows, actually, he didn't always, he worked with them. I always wanted to do the drawing.
Like, he's a good old guy. I don't think he really wants to be in it too much longer. From what I gathered. He's every time I bring him something, he's like, it's gonna take a long time, and I also don't feel like doing it. Okay. I don't know. We're actually using Brian Wells on one on James Island right now in Arlington Pier.
I think I saw your sign up on Island somewhere.
Yeah, on Pine. Right off of.
Across from the house, I mean, it's one of those streets.
Yeah, I think they must have been Pine. It's right next, you turn left at the gun shop.
Yes. It looks like a one story.
It was a one-story, very modernistic design. It was, we did it in SIPs. It was modular. Yeah.
And then they had.
Some architect, the client got an architect out of Seattle.
They try
I don't know why. I think they bought it. It was like available online. They had to get it adapted to here, which sounds like an annoying challenge, but it wasn't downtown Charleston, so maybe it wasn't so bad. And then they hired a SIPS group out of Virginia, Norfolk area, and it brought all SIPs down, we put them all together, and you know, we went from foundation to people, you know, keep rocking and trimming stuff out in 2 weeks. It's kind of cool seeing that. The roof was also SIPs, yeah. Yeah, it was a full SIPs situation, so that was pretty neat. He kind of got a double engineer. My client said, which he was also using Russell. Russell Rose. He lives down in Trash. And he's used Russell since he used Russell and Eddie Mello on his house in Trash. So he said between the SIPs guys and Russell, there was kind of like there's some unnecessary double kind of going on. Yeah, you gotta get that done. Then I guess once you're going north of that. Leave it. These SIPs guys, I reached out to them afterwards because Andrew's designing a house for me on Rose Lane. And
That one with the frame.
with the frame on the inside. So I reached out to the SIPs guys and they're gonna provide me with nail base SIPs. So we're gonna do the timber frame, we're gonna do a first story of block.
Yeah.
And on top of that is gonna be the timber frame. Then we're gonna stick those SIPs all around the thing.
Curtain wall, basically.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And so you'll see the timber frame from the inside, and it will also be structural.
Yeah.
And then we'll just tack our siding. It's such a small site, it's really tough to build on.
Yeah.
That,
I wonder if, is there how much, movement account of that?
how can you even engineer?
Yeah, I don't know.
I don't know. Russell's doing it because I had someone else on it. I had Brian Wells on it. It was like, it's too much now or whatever.
Yeah, that's sticky.
Yeah, and I was like, all right, whatever. And Russell was kind of like, well, yeah, we've done a bunch of timber frames for, you know, George Holt. Andrew, and all those guys and stuff. And I was like, all right, so, you know, he said, that won't be that bad. He went for some drawings from him, but he's just. Oh, it's gonna be really cool. Yeah. So the SIP guys are already all over. They've got their piece like engineered and they're kind of waiting for the timber framing stuff to come back. Yeah, yeah, it is. They have to worry about it. They're about. Yeah.
Feel alive. I said that. Talking about the picture.
Item on the agenda is 263 Cumming Street.
263 Cumming Street is a category 4 in Canberra, Elliott Borough, circa 1890 in the Old City District. They're requesting conceptual approval for a new single-family residence at rear. This property's location on Cumming Street. Some existing site photos. The context of Cumming Street. And I will turn it over to the applicant.
Thank you, Frankie. My name is Johnny Tucker. I'm the architect. Here with the owners, Kimberly and Bob Hines. Probably know them. Kimberly is the owner of True Value, True Value. She's moved up to Upper King Street several years, and Bob Hines is stained glass. That's historic. Antique glass guy. So this is their house on Upper Cumming Street, just below Line Street. They resided there for 20 some years. So you see that's the site. It's Line Street is at the top of the map there. Sort of a typical size lot in this neighborhood. Some more context photos, but more recent than what the city had. This is directly to the right. 263 is the house, the Charleston single house, sort of greenish color, and then to the right is a house at 265 that was just recently under construction. You see the context of the existing house, Victorian era Charleston single house with a sort of severely altered piazza, the second floor completely infilled. And there's looking down the side yard. And then walking down the side yard a little bit more, you'll see this is a little one-story garage that you'll see in the Sanborn maps that sort of hard to pin down the exact date, but staff has, I've been working with them. We had a demolition request. They're gonna handle that at staff level. But mostly why I left these photos in there is you'll see the owners are sort of avid gardeners, and that is going to come into play with our proposed structure. we're trying to minimize the footprint of the proposed new building to sort of maximize the green space. And of course, we have some parking requirements because we're going from a single family house to a proposed new dwelling at the rear. So parking, but parking. So a little more context photos. There's the shed that'll go away. The shed, more shed for those. But you sort of see the context. This lot, the area of proposed construction is pretty far back in the lot, actually very in rear portion of the lot. And so visibility from the street will be limited. But you'll see that sort of relative to the site plans and elevations. There's a photo of the existing rear of the house, lower right. This is more of the construction that's underway at 265. So that structure with the gambrel roof or the modified gambrel roof, you'll see that in my proposed elevations because that's sort of directly adjacent. So that house is at 265 to the north of the proposed building site. In fact, that little red star is roughly the area of new or proposed construction. More context photos showing things under construction. That's looking from 265 and also from Line Street. So Sanborn maps, these are sort of self-explanatory, of course. No structure historically in that area. There's where some rear accessory structure of some kind showing up in 41, 51, probably not. Well, obviously not the thing that's being requested to be demolished. There it shows up in 55. But you see in proposed area for construction. So this is the existing survey. Again, the red star proposed area, obviously behind the existing structure. That red element will be gone. I know you don't care about parking, but you do care about as far as the site plan. So the owners have worked with the owner of 265 and Corner Vine Street, Cameron Claus, who's here this evening as well. So they worked out and we've negotiated with the Batchelder that the parking will be accessed through that new development. And what the advantage of that is we can park two stacked spaces for each property, which I think is more desirable than like, you know, a perpendicular parking area just requires less hardscaping. But you see that it does require the stacked parking area and then of course that little access driveway. So you'll see that I've pushed the proposed structure to the far west of the lot to create as much of that new garden space as possible. Now, of course, by doing that, compressing requires height, and you'll see in elevations that is sort of one of the trade-offs of compressing. You'll see this is the proposed ground site plan. Or more of what I described, right? Just to give you a sense of how this structure is going to be occupied, because it's a little different than, I mean, it's that building at 265B is a handsome building and more of a, I don't want to say traditional because it, you know, it's traditional, I should say traditionally living building where it serves fully as a traditional dwelling unit, where this proposed structure is unusual in that because both of the owners are artists, the concept was to have a ground floor that sort of acted as an open studio space, almost like a high basement or an enclosed loggia. So you'll see when I present the elevations, there's not the typical, you know,
front door. Obviously, there's a door, but it's a little different. It's not a traditional dwelling unit, but it is a dwelling unit. So the ground floor, again, high basement, enclosed loggia is the concept. And that's so that, and you know, we're here for conceptual, for high scale mass. So, and I sort of understand that since it's unusual and maybe sort of breaks with some tradition, the actual articulation of how that ground floor space interacts with the outdoor space, I don't think is successful tonight. But I think if conceptually, the idea is that can sort of open up their artist space into that desired outdoor garden space. Again, don't think I nailed it tonight, but I'm here for conceptual. And then just basic, this is a dwelling unit. So the second floor, which really first floor, but second floor. First floor of living space is pretty obvious, 20-foot square with a 10-foot lean-to. You'll see that in elevation, but 20 foot by 30 foot. So pretty tight little open living dining space, obvious. And then second floor, 2-bedroom, 2-bath, pretty simple. Roof plan, since we are going a little higher than maybe would be expected. 3-story structure, a flat roof that you'll see in the elevations. So these first elevations, the upper right is the that's existing with the proposed structure showing up. But this is sort of the most demonstrative drawing that shows to the right is the new structures at 265A, 265B. I mean, very handsome. And you know, designer Andrew, great buildings under construction, and you can see they're not significantly taller, but you know, they're taller. And I think, the reason I'm bringing that up is I think some of the maybe the potential concerns about the height or the width of this building. I'm attempting to preemptively address those so that you can see that in that upper right hand drawing, the structure, the proposed structure is visible, you know, if you had a drone, 15 feet, but you can sort of, they're self-explanatory. And then the upper left drawing is showing, and this is a true elevation from basically that driveway access, that new driveway access. So you see that the proposed structure is the same height as that structure directly to the north at 265. And of course, the bottom elevation is showing that's looking down the driveway, piazza side of obviously of the front building. And I'll go to the floor elevations of the structure. So again, I think to reiterate the concept, the sort of monumental arches, or maybe they're not monumental, the platonic shapes that are half circles, arches, that's the ground floor, which is the enclosed loggia / high basement idea with the 20-foot. It's not a cube, but in theory, it's like a 20-foot by 20-foot by 20-foot cubic space above that with the 10-foot deep lean-to, which is articulated in a different building material. Again, we're here for conceptual. We're proposing at this juncture a brick veneer. And the thought with that, I think it needs to, if this is if this is approved and if this is the direction that we continue, I think with the arches, it has to be a masonry building, because otherwise. It's an arch, really. I mean, I guess there's. Victorian wooden arches, but. So right now we're proposing a brick veneer and just for that lean-to element. A vertical Gordon batten with a sort of a robust batten. And I believe that's it.
Questions?
No, this is not necessarily involving conceptual, but do you have any thoughts to where your mechanical is gonna go? I noticed that's a little bump out on your rear setback. Is that where you're gonna have your mechanical?
That bump out is, that little bump out is, part of the development, the Cameron's development actually ties back to, a development he's doing on Percy Street. So to answer your question, would have wall mounted somewhere on that north wall.
On the backside.
On the backside.
Yeah. And then just real quick, again, it's not really relating to the house form, but I noticed on the site plan. You're showing some sort of a fence and gate, I guess, adjacent to that property, and
Yes.
that guy, when he parks his car next door, is how what? He's gonna have to climb out the back. There's a hatchback, I guess.
Oh, a house of, sorry.
You just got a couple of lines and it looks like some gates depicted there for your vehicular circulation.
Yes.
The guy immediately, your neighbor, there's a car that's parked right up against your
Oh,
fence.
to the north.
Yeah,
Oh,
I didn't know, especially since Mr. Blas is over there. I figured he might be interested in that.
yeah, I think
Fact.
there's still this proposal, or it's more than a proposal, they're negotiating. Part of this negotiation is that property line adjustment.
Okay.
So I think part of that, I don't think this is more.
Yeah, I know, I
Yeah.
guess because we recently approved that
Yeah.
house and it was with that parking. As there's gonna be the parking for that house, and now I'm seeing it, and that's not viable anymore. If indeed you establish a wall or fence or something along there, this is just sort of just I know, it's just something to think about.
Yeah,
Okay.
I think that one is to be determined.
Okay, thanks.
After this presentation is complete, do you have any written comments?
I have no written comment.
Public comment.
Okay, with the Preservation Society of Charleston. The PSC consistently advocates that new construction respect Charleston's traditional development patterns with accessory structures that are subordinate in height, scale, and mass to primary buildings. As best seen on page 17 of the drawing set, the proposed rear building is not subordinate to the historic single house as required by the ordinance. The dependency is an entire story taller than the primary structure and should be significantly scaled down. Also, from the form to the materials, fenestration, and geometry, nothing about this design relates to its context and part of a historic neighborhood. Even nearby examples of new construction have a traditional character that better blend in with the surroundings. Unfortunately, while we feel the design is interesting, it is a jarring departure for its location in a historic setting, and therefore we ask that this project be denied. Thank you.
April Wood, Historic Charleston Foundation. HCF has reviewed the request for conceptual approval for a new single-family residence at the rear of 263 Cumming Street. It is standard practice for new construction to the rear of a historic structure to be subordinate to the historic structure. The proposed structure is taller and wider than the historic structure and will be visible from the street. I think the project is interesting and has potential, but we respectfully recommend deferral of this application for restudy at the next. Thank you.
Hey, Cameron Gauze, I am the adjacent neighbor of Bob and Kim to the north at 265 Cumming, as well as to the west at 34 Percy Street. Bill, good point on a fence and a wall directly up against the parking. We're gonna work that out still in further progressions of the design, the design. As far as the design of the current proposed concept structure, I will say that standing on Cumming Street and looking up from, I know a lot of these are obviously all in elevation view, the drawings. From a perspective view, if you're on, the close sidewalk right in front of the houses, I mean, you can't see anything past there. It's impossible to. If you're on the far side of Cumming, as in the east side sidewalk, it's pretty tough to see my second building back, the one under construction, the one with the gambrel roof, beyond anything to the perspective view, just really kind of clips it all off. Considering that, I think the height, scale, and mass is even slightly diminutive to my building at 265B. And I think the porches kind of respect the vistas to the surrounding houses too. Not intrusive or anything. So, in a real world application that's not, 2D paper, I don't think you're gonna see much of this house. The modernistic design is what it is. I think it's creative. I think it's cool. It's not like my buildings at all. And that's fine. Yeah, I think it has a little development to do on the design itself, but the way that it's situated on the lot and the volume and height of the building itself, I personally have no problem as the adjacent neighbor on several sides of the property.
Anyone else like to speak for the public?
I could say something on lines. Couple things that I would point out that might not have been said, and I like everything that was said so far, but.
Okay, I'm sorry, could you state your name for the record?
Hines, Kim and I, my wife, own 263 Cumming. But just a couple things I'll point out in response to everybody's ideas. You're standing in my backyard. The most prominent thing there is the new house that Cameron's making, which is awesome. But you turn around and look at our house and it isn't the most dominant thing there. And when you're on the street, looking at the front of our house, it's sort of the same thing. The new house to the north, Cameron's great house, is completely dominant. Which I did, I came to the meeting and he had it approved. I was fine with it. But I'm making a point that having a rule that you have that you need to have about being diminutive perhaps can be, looked at in less of a specific way and squint your eyes a little bit because it doesn't seem like you're caring as much about my front house being diminutive when you look at what just got built all around us. So the house, and one more thing about Johnny's design, I actually do see it as a traditional homage to a carriage house with the arches. So I do see it as a combination of a modern building with a historic respect. So that's one of the reasons we wanted to do it in brick, but possibly a brick building will make it look a little bigger or more dominant. However, that doesn't have to be brick. It could be tabby or something, and it could just kind of settle in the backyard. And like Cameron said, you're not going to really see it. You'll have to try real hard to see it. But thank you for your consideration. We would love to build this house. If it has to get smaller, not as tall. It just doesn't work anymore. Or I don't think it will. We could certainly try to redo that, but just to be honest with you, I don't see it as, I mean, if there was a way to make it smaller, we would have. We weren't trying to build a big house. You're just trying to build a little house that Kim's father might live in, who's getting old. We might live in it when we get old, has an elevator, and it's got barely enough room, perfect amount of room. But I don't see it getting smaller and being viable, really. But anyway, again, thank you.
Additional public comment. Public comment is closed. City staff. Comments and recommendations.
Staff had two observations. One, this is partially visible from Cumming Street and Line Street, but it is highly visible from Percy Street. And it is differentiated from the existing house. Staff conditions for approval. Currently it is not subordinate to the existing house. We recommend reducing overall height, maybe restudy as 2.5 story. And it is wider than the existing house, and we suggest reducing width. Staff suggests studying other cladding material than the brick veneer. Staff recommendation is deferral for restudy.
Would you like to respond to public comment and staff recommendations?
I feel like if you have any questions, I sort of feel like Bob stole my thunder. In a good way. You know exactly what I
Thank you.
was.
Okay, having a clarification is closed. We are in board discussion and a vote.
I think this is a good example where a perspective view would be really helpful. Because I agree that looking at elevation straight on sometimes give you one picture, and seeing it at the street level in a perspective could give us a different perspective. But we don't have.
I would agree, because right now I look at this and I see something that's too wide and too tall. And when I look at it next to the house we just approved, and you don't take into account the porch of the house next door, this reads much wider than the new construction next door as well. As far as brick or not brick, I don't feel like I'm to the point of feeling strongly one way or the other about it. Mine is mostly the height, scale, and mass, and not necessarily the architectural direction. I think that can come a little later, but I think it just the height, scale, and mass needs to be worked on. And I am concerned about being so visible from Percy Street and walking the street the other day. It is going to be pretty busy, pretty visible from back there.
No problem with the idea of a contemporary, very distinctive design in that location. But I'm having a little trouble, like others, with the height, scale, mass of it relative to the existing building, just based on everything this board has ever done in the past. And it's like you could accommodate the program of the heated space or the upper floors, the dwelling itself, I think, without any problem, but it's that plus pretty generous studio space. It's causing you to have the 3 stories, which is, it's a lot. Again, in terms of everything we've ever said and approved on this board in the past, just so I like the design, and I respect the applicant's desires, and I appreciate the neighbors' cooperation in figuring out the parking situation. And I'm hopeful that that there is a way to make it work and make it viable.
I agree with the, potential. Really a good comment about the usable space, potential lowering, I would say, definitely looking at it, the way we usually look at, secondary building, if you will, in relation to the primary front building of the property. I would think that, I would be a little more receptive to, height. We would usually be looking for something that would be maybe more in line with the cornice or lower than even than the cornice of the main house, but I could see maybe a little bit of leeway in that. Mainly because of the context of what has evolved around this proposed structure. And that there are, especially this new neighboring building is its own sort of tall, home proper. It's built back there. So I'd be willing to say that some concession of height definitely, I think, would be needed, but I don't know if it'd be a full floor reduction. I think even staff's mentioned 2.5 stories. I know that would be potentially at the demise of the studio space, but I do acknowledge, and Julia, that's a really good comment. There's plenty of room to get the functioning house part of the design into the scenario here. So, but I'd be willing to look at height, maybe in a little bit more different view. In relationship to the front building, simply because of the field context that's now around the house, proposed house.
I was just saying that, like, that makes a lot of sense.
I think there is something a little different here to my eye than what we have approved in this group before, and it's that the buildings we've approved in this group before really don't necessarily read as an auxiliary building to a historic building. They all kind of are standalone primary buildings, just by the sort of juxtaposition in the way that whole site is laid out. This building really does read as an ancillary building to a historic building in a very traditional way. And because of that, when I look at it, I sort of two things. One is what I think is has said, and that is that the height scale and mass is off. Needs to be adjusted in at least some way. I think there is a little leeway to sort of fudge that concept a little bit, but I think this exceeds that fudge factor. The other thing is that I certainly have no objection to contemporary architecture. An historic site, you just approved one, which was outstanding, quite contemporary. But that contemporary architecture took its cues from the traditional architecture on the street and interpreted it in a contemporary, modern way. This building, while extremely interesting and would be great in its setting, I don't see it in this setting, because I don't see where it takes its cues, even in a very modern interpretation or modernist interpretation, from the surrounding architecture, including the recent surrounding architecture. So I would certainly support at least deferral for height and scale. If it's like a mess with general architectural direction, it would be denial, but because I think there may be ways to ameliorate this. We might go with different. I really think that it meets all the criteria of height, scale, mass, general architectural direction, needing restudy.
As far as the architectural directions being contemporary or traditional, I wholeheartedly agree. I have no problem with contemporary. We just saw an excellent example of the previous one, just like you said. So to me, it's height, scale, and mass. It has nothing to do. So I don't think I can judge the architectural direction yet until the height, scale, and mass comes down.
I get that perfectly, yeah.
I would say deferral for restudy of the height scale and mass.
We have a motion on the floor for deferral for restudy of height scale and mass. Do we have a second? Second by Julia. Okay. Do the vote. Laura, Bill Huey,
Yeah.
Julia, Bill Turner,
Yeah.
chair votes with the majority. '73 Spring Street, parentheses 105 Small Valley, parentheses 1 Small Valley.
After multiple numbers.
Yes.
Next item, which is currently 105 Smalls Alley, is a new structure, Canberra, LA for the Old City District. This previously received a final approval on July 8th, 2020, and that was extended June 9th, 2022, which has since expired.
Just looking at the public.
Sorry.
Yeah.
Gonna ask the question.
May I ask a question?
I may have
Not
it.
to, anything good, but, do we have any written public comment?
No, we do not have any written public comments.
As we have no written public comment and we have no public, might it be possible to forego applicant presentation and approve these extensions or approve these at the level that they were approved
Would
before?
love not to present that. We made a boo-boo. We missed the
yeah.
deadline by about 7 weeks. Miscommunication between me and the owner, ultimately my error, but.
I would
Do we have a,
make a motion for approval of. Yeah, it won't take long.
can we do them all at once?
You could make a motion to approve them all together.
Okay, approval of the next four
Is this a new approval or is this?
applications. It's a new
It would be a new
final
approval.
final approval. Period. For the next four.
73 Spring.
Because it's the same design that we had.
Yes, it is the same design that was previously given conceptual approval with, well, excuse me. The project got conceptual approval with final review by staff. Staff gave final approval. So this is the project that got the final approval.
Okay, so, yeah, I make a motion for final approval of this item and the next three items in one fell swoop.
I'll second.
We have a motion on the floor for approval of final approval of 1 Smalls Alley, 3 Smalls Alley, 2 Smalls Alley.
Yeah.
And 1 Lewis Court. We have a second. Second by Bill Turner. We'll put it to a vote. Bill Huey.
Yeah.
Laura.
Yeah.
Bill Turner. Chair votes with majority. Motion carries. 5-0.
You should thank me.
Thank you.
Oh, yes.
Thank you.
Use myself.
The item is 27 Elliott Street.
No more that Laura recused herself.
Yes.
From the board.
And I have
Laura
location.
Laura has recused herself, and actually she is not presenting, that's just an image of her presenting.
That's me.
Because board members can. You're not a member.
Well, 27 Elliott Street is not surveyed in Charlestown circa 1940 in the old and historic district, requesting conceptual approval for second floor addition. This is the property's location on Elliott Street. Existing site photos. And I will turn it over to Jeff.
Carl Altman, LFA Architecture. I'm representing my clients, Sally and Brian Doherty from 27 Elliott. If you'll,
I can also flip it, that's easier.
okay. So this building is on Elliott Street between Church Street and Beaton's Alley. And as of 1902, it was part of one much larger lot. Between 1902 and 1944, Charleston Day School built their school building on the corner of Beaton's Alley and Elliott, replacing an earlier residence. Then later, between 1944 and 1951, the building we're talking about tonight was built as part of that private school. It was never built as a house. It was built to be classrooms as part of Charleston Day School, and it was on a much larger lot at that time. The plats, which we have at the bottom, show that the property was subdivided in 1997. Between 1997 and 2013, which are the two different plats, a rear addition was added for a master suite that was done by Sandy Byers. Unfortunately, it wasn't done the way we prefer to have additions done. It goes straight out from the back of the building without stepping in. So the corners were somewhat obscured when that addition was done. Thankfully, at least the corner boards were left. So right here, the addition that happened in 1997 is the second floor part that's up there, and you can see that little corner board. After 2013, when Sandy sold the property, this lower on the right-hand side, smaller addition was done, and that was actually, based on my zoning research and all, was actually a previous shed that was expanded to attach to the building and create the addition. At one point, it was even zoned, or even went through as a two-story expansion and addition. When that addition was done, that's a kitchen, it completely obscured the first floor, that southwest corner. So we are requesting conceptual approval tonight for a second floor addition at that earlier kitchen addition. This is a forever house for my clients. They are full-time residents and they just need an extra space for their grown kids to sleep when they come into town. So we're designing this very small sitting room / guest room with a little sofa bed and a little bathroom. We are trying to be sensitive to the historic nature of that original building and balancing, previous additions that we really can't do anything about. So when I did that, I stepped back. I think really the perspective views probably show it better. I stepped back the front elevation at the north side above the kitchen so that we're maintaining a portion of that earlier roof deck as a balcony. And that way I can also maintain that original corner board at the southwest corner. It doesn't step in, because of that earlier addition, but it at least is still there and visible. We did study looking at doing a rear addition because I know that's typically the way you would want to add on to these houses, but there's so little space in that backyard. We felt that was really a more intensive addition and just counter to everything else on the property. You lose the green space and the courtyard space. So the addition is designed in keeping with the earlier additions, keeping up with that parapet architecture. So again, we left part of that parapet wall at the existing roof deck. That then becomes a small balcony at the north elevation, the street elevation. At the roof, we've continued a very low slope roof over the addition. Done a parapet, but it's a shorter parapet, like a shorter overall parapet, and also lower than the existing parapet at that 1997 addition. Overall, the increased height on that side where we're doing the addition is only an additional 7'2" from the roof deck railing up to the top of our parapet. So I did this because I was trying to make sure that the addition that we're doing is subordinate to both the historic building and the earlier addition. We're not aware of any objections from any of the neighbors. There are some letters that are part of the public comment from a few of the neighbors. I did work with Preservation Society and Historic Charleston Foundation from the very beginning because this was such an odd situation with the previous additions. So I've incorporated Historic Charleston's input, and I know that Preservation Society is just, we've agreed to disagree on this particular one. I think that's all for right now. Do you have any questions?
Questions?
I hope I didn't talk too fast.
What's your, I haven't looked, but what's your floor to ceiling height in the second floor addition you're putting in?
It is just under 8 feet.
Oh,
Because we're maintaining the existing roof deck and adding on top of it so that we're not getting into that roof because it's a beautiful kitchen below.
Yeah.
We don't want to open that up. And so I have a 5-inch step up from the existing second floor into that space. I think I'm at about 7'8".
Okay.
So I was able to get the low slope roof on there, just tying into the ridge of the master bedroom addition and then squish down that parapet as much as I could.
Okay.
I can also go to the elevations too, if that's easier to see. It is visible also from the back from Beans Alley right now, but there's a house that's getting ready to be built apparently.
Laura, did you say or kind of imply that the BAR approved that one-story addition 10 years ago-ish?
Well, theoretically, I didn't say it
specifically,
but it was done in 2013. I know it went through zoning because I have the zoning, Penny and I had to look back at what happened with zoning and why that was approved in the first place, because the zoning aspect got opposed. I have gotten zoning approval. We have research that did.
And then just a minor question that's not about conceptual, but are you thinking you do like some kind of slot drain at the west parapet?
Yes. And there's a gutter there too. And they've already got a rain collection system in place with the barrels. So that's not currently the case at the existing roof deck. It just drains onto the property line, onto the wall there. But we'll be catching the water.
Okay.
Is that new, wait a minute, I'm reading your note right here. Let's see. So the new parapet hides the new low slope roof. It doesn't hide any mechanicals or anything up there. Does it?
No, the mechanicals are existing at the east. Yeah, the east side of the house. They're kind of tucked back behind this, what looks like an addition, but was actually part of the original structure right there. So the HVAC, the condensers are back there. It's an X zone, so they didn't have to be, they're only elevated like a little bit.
So do you need the new parapet at all?
Well, I studied trying to tie in a gable roof. It didn't work. Like I looked at changing the back earlier addition to gable roof and looked at a gable roof over this new addition. I honestly didn't study it as just a shed roof coming off of that other parapet. I can certainly do that. I think it would have some.
Or even just didn't know. So I appreciate I think what you're doing is your lower parapet actually is receiving the size of your low slope roof. Okay, I got you. And you just respond to the detailing of the existing parapet and just made it lower. I see. Okay.
It seemed like that was a better direction, like to be in keeping with that earlier edition. I mean, it's just it's a weird situation, you know, when you inherit somebody else's.
Somebody's back.
Yeah. Oh,
But
yeah.
I might not necessarily have done it, so that's all.
You illustrated it well on yourself.
Any more questions? Anyone in public comment?
We have a couple. We have letters in support from the neighbors at 18 Elliott Street, 23 Elliott, and 14 Beaton's Alley, that they have reviewed the drawings and have no objections to the proposed changes. And we also have one letter from the Preservation Society. The Preservation Society of Charleston appreciated the chance to discuss this project with the applicant. This house has undergone a number of incompatible alterations over the years that have obscured its original form. In particular, the existing one-story side addition is inharmonious with the streetscape, and the introduction of a second story would exacerbate this condition. We are not supportive of this proposal due to insensitive height and mass, as well as impacts to the historic building, particularly at the eave line. We ask the board to deny this request. That is all the comment we have.
I think there's no public comment.
Mhm.
Would you like to respond to the written
Do you
comment?
want to do the staff comments first? Because I know there are a couple that is, and I have some thoughts on.
Oh, I'm sorry. Just stack comment.
Staff had a couple observations, one that was received a special exception from zoning earlier this month, and it is slightly visible from Beaton's Alley until 15 Beaton's is completed. Staff had one condition for approval. We suggested differentiating the siding from the previous addition slightly. This could be done with a different review. Staff recommendation is conceptual approval with staff condition and final review by staff of permit document.
Now, would you like to respond to public comments and staff comment?
Thank you for the wonderful public comments and, yes, I am happy to look at the review and differentiate that, even we could look at shiplap or something. Well, other draft comments that I'd have to address, but thankfully those are gone.
We reviewed it again this morning.
After the clarification is closed and we are in board discussion and a vote.
Bill had mentioned earlier, the parapet, finished parapet, and I kind of think I know where you're going. It's almost like continuing a bad design. And the ceiling heights are like they're as low as they can get, so it's not like you can cut this thing at the eave or something. Or I don't know. Is there any? I don't know. You know,
If you just went with a really low slope roof and took that parapet off, I think you might not notice. it
yeah,
flush up
so
there.
maybe a slow slope roof is what needs to be investigated, and just not have the parapet.
Maybe I should have asked Laura. So the proposed extension, that is a new low slope roof. Are you thinking to use what
It's like-
material for that roof? Is that?
So.
It's not super flat now, right?
Is
It goes all the way up to the ridge.
Yeah, you do have sections in here, sure.
On the rear elevation, you show kind of, I think, what you're talking about.
So this shows right there. So my thought was that, and this is only, like I said, 7, 8, 7, 10, something like that to the ceiling height. I was just tying into that existing roof, which is some kind of white membrane.
Okay, so that's a you would extend a membrane roof.
Yeah.
Yeah, and then that,
Again, it's not a great design, but
well, and so the pitch on your extension, is that like a 1,
to.
2,
It's like a 1 3/4.
1 3/4.
Whatever I could get from.
Plenty deep membrane.
Well, it is, but if you even, I'm thinking we'd even take it down to the minimum, just so that you wouldn't have to have that parapet, you know, or
Yeah.
pivot or something, maybe pivot would work. Let's keep it.
I was wondering if you,
But here's the parapet. I was gonna essentially get a slot out of that parapet so that the water could go down.
I thought
That's
you
the
were gonna
original.
take that part of the parapet off. That's the original 1990 whatever parapet, right?
Yeah, so you see it in the elevations, because I left. So, yeah.
The only way out,
That's the original parapet, right up there.
Yeah.
And
and it
mine's this
drains,
lower one.
it drains through a slot already, is that what it's doing?
Yeah,
Uh-huh.
into a gutter, so I was gonna adjust that slot so my roof could go under it. And then drain to a slot down here at the new edge.
Okay, so you weren't gonna go over on top and take that section of the existing parapet out?
Take out the lower part of that parapet.
Hmm. I think the only way our dream would come true is if you were able to lower the roof pitch so low that it was under the
So
existing
then it came in.
slot
here.
drain, yeah.
Like when I stand on the floor that's gonna be there, because I have to add sleepers, when I stand even on the roof deck right now, I can almost reach the gutter, which is the lowest point of this parapet right here.
Mhm. Why do you have to add that much? Can't you just space the framing more closely and?
Because I was putting 2x4 sleepers on it. I mean, I could gain a couple inches flattening it, but I take it back because that roof deck is sloped and I needed to level it.
Mhm.
And so I was leveling it rather than opening up that roof and then
Oh.
creating issues in the kitchen below.
This is hard, Laura.
I know.
Yes, I was
That's why I studied all kinds of roofs. I studied, okay, what if we take off the parapet completely and do a gable roof
I wish
out
you
the
could-
back and then a gable the other way, but that seemed too intense and big.
Well, I just didn't know why you're keeping this little floating piece there.
Well, maybe you told me.
Just
I
for the
didn't need it.
elevation to look
You can
good,
see it in elevation.
yeah.
After the additions added on?
Yeah, because the parapet on the addition's lower.
Yeah, because it's a good 1.5 lower. No, foot and.
So you can see the top of that in elevation, but where you're
Yeah.
truncating it at the bottom, where you're cutting it off at the bottom, you can't see it because the new parapet hides it.
Yeah, so that's the top of the old parapet and that's the top of the new parapet. And it's all blurry, but it's like 1 foot 2.
Could their kids sleep in the office?
Oh, but they have like 4 kids.
Yes, I'm trying to understand why you can't keep, you might keep this thicker
She's not.
piece of the old parapet. Just end it,
But then so then what?
and then you have your
Hold
new,
on, let's-
you could extend and go to the back.
I don't think I have a good perspective here. Because this comes across the back. And then turns.
Yeah,
Just turn it enough to catch the.
catch. And then you could not have to repeat this panel detail, but just have this extended up high enough to receive the low slope roof behind it.
I see.
So you
Yeah.
don't have to, I think Bill said what I'm gonna get at. Why use a not so great 1990s detail and keep on elaborating with it when you can just
Amplify it, right?
end it. Return it as far as you want to, carry your low pitched roof past it. And then you could have a low enough to receive the low slope roof. Low parapet that doesn't have the panels and all the.
It just
busyness.
has a band at the top
A
of the
band.
side, it's going up.
Exactly. Much simpler, much
And then
cleaner.
it doesn't have a parapet at the end, it just drops.
It
in.
just drops off.
This is,
That's right.
this is just us. Okay, this is the gable roof coming out this way, that's the parapet turning, and I'll truncate it.
Right.
And
Then
then
you just receive your low pitch. Yep,
here, and then it drops
Yeah,
down and
yep.
then my gutter right there.
right. And then you could just have a simple
Right.
cornice, however you want to detail that and slide it all the way up. Yeah.
Just a band, like if you look at the top of this wall, without the railing part, right there,
Right.
it's just a 2
Yeah,
by 8,
right.
like a 2 by 8.
Real simple, real
Gutters.
clean, and then that parapet actually is kind of like gone. At least from this perspective.
Reduce the height a little bit and the visual weight of it.
Yeah, it won't look so weighty then. And then also I would even study
New rail,
getting rid of the panel for the railing.
new railing.
Well, like-
One thing that historic that April had suggested, and we talked about going to an iron rail.
Mhm.
But I wasn't sure, it just wasn't quite. Well, I was working with too many different directions at the time. Now, I will say that, just to be perfectly honest, that door on the front of the sitting room / guest room is a sliding door. Because I have no room to do a French door either direction, and I need egress. So, and there's a balcony there because I pulled that wall back because we were trying to be respectful of the original corner. So the parapet kind of helped hide that.
Okay.
It could be like a French, like 3-foot French door.
I don't even have, I mean, it's only like that much of balcony. Because I pulled it back, I pulled that wall back. This wall is pulled back just enough to get behind that corner board. Even at that, my room is only 9'2".
So if people are egressing, they're just gonna immediately jump over the parapet.
Exactly. I mean, that's when the fireman's there with this ladder.
Well, I appreciate you pointing out that that's a sliding door.
I know, I'm sorry. But I have to be honest, I didn't want somebody to come back and yell at me later.
You're
I didn't back get through.
You're very honest. I appreciate it. Oh, well.
But you have to have something there for egress.
Right. So. Yeah, I guess what I was trying to think about there was, if you have like, it's a white membrane, it's like TPO or something maybe.
Yeah.
So that's, you can put a pretty, I'm just looked it up.
Like quarter
Like 1/4 inch per 12.
Yeah.
That's it.
Then you could actually maybe get a better ceiling height in your proposed new room
Yeah.
by putting a lower pitch roof, and at the same time, bring that detail down lower as well.
They're gonna let their kid live in a room that they have to walk through to go to the bathroom. Just
No,
saying.
so, I wish I bought the paper plans because these are so blurry.
Is that really the
so-
bedroom that they use?
So what they have is, this is really intended to all be the master suite, but what we're doing is creating a vestibule at the end of the hall so that there's a door and that's their bedroom.
Okay.
And they have to go into the hall to get to the bathroom.
Okay.
But then we created a door here. It's a pocket door. It's hard to see.
Okay.
So that
It's like a tiny house.
it is. But their kids only come to visit a few times a year, and so.
There's a lot of good hotels.
I guess that's what I was wondering, if you used the extension of a membrane roof where you could have a lower pitch, and you could probably actually then get a higher ceiling height in that small space. At the same time, lower down to the point you don't need an extension of that panel parapet thing. Just sort of have a cornice line that
And
conceals that.
2x4 structure on the roof. It should be fine.
No.
What? On the roof? For the roof?
Rafter?
Yeah, I think you could. There's no weight on it. Just space it tight. Just keep that as
Oh, yeah,
thin
I
as you
kept it- I
can.
mean, I had it, maybe had a 2x6, but yeah, I was keeping it as small as I could.
Yeah, 2x6 would be plenty. You can space from 12 on center.
Okay, higher, so were you saying I could, that maybe I could even come in underneath that existing parapet, or you still want me to get rid of that existing parapet on the west side?
You hold the parapet and have, like you just drew it, like a little, maybe
Yeah.
just enough of a return on it. And then you take your low pitch roof that may be plate wise, not relating a little higher, but it's still gonna be able to get up into that roof,
Yeah,
open end it. You've got a better ceiling height. You didn't bring that panel detail around, which is really making it busy up there.
Yeah.
yeah.
Just clean all that up.
Okay, I'm gonna make a motion. If that's okay.
Thank you for
Yeah.
helping me redesign.
Sorry,
Well, that's why I asked to go last, so that everybody else would be gone.
sorry.
For conceptual approval. I'm not worried about differentiating the siding. It's all just so, no, and I might even, for me, I'd take away the band that distinguishes the old edition from the new, just like clean it up.
The band at the bottom of
the band where at the top of the current edition, you know?
Right, I would say the only reason why I would want to leave that is that you've got that little turn back of the, right here where I offset the existing addition, I pulled this one back. We'd have something there anyway. It might make more sense just to keep it.
I'm ambivalent about it, doesn't matter. Okay. You wanna make it, Bill?
No.
Oh, please do. You're like way more invested in this.
You were going right.
Conceptual approval. With the board condition to figure out a way to eliminate the weird parapet at the top.
Word for word.
The parapet at the top.
We have a motion on the floor for conceptual approval with a board condition to eliminate the parapet at the roof of the addition.
Yes.
And final review by staff.
There,
What?
what Julia's saying by her terminology, which I agree with, is an extension of that panelized detail. That's the weird part. There still will be a parapet.
Oh, yeah, there's still, but it's.
We're not eliminating a parapet.
Okay.
Minimizing the appearance of a parapet.
So to adjust my interpretation of
Yeah.
the motion, then it's conceptual approval with a board condition to eliminate the panelized parapet
Extension.
and final review by staff.
See, it's your motion.
Do we
I'll
have a-
second it.
Okay, the motion by Bill Huey, second. By Julie, we'll put it to a Bill Turner.
Yeah, baby.
Julia,
Yeah, in favor.
Bill,
Yeah.
Huey.
Yeah.
And, chair votes with the majority. Motion carries. What is it? Do we have a motion to adjourn?
Not yet.
Just an item here, discussion of rules and procedure.
Oh, wait a minute, we should.
I'm drained, I know you are too, so we're gonna make this as fast as possible, and we're not voting on anything tonight, we're just talking, and we're going to, I wanna hear feedback, and if you don't have the feedback tonight, send me some notes over the next couple of weeks, so I get the feedback, but, we're gonna go clicky over to. We're gonna talk about BAR meeting schedules really quickly. I just wanna give you a little bit of history. In 2017, we made big changes in the ordinance. We went from one board to two boards, BARL and BAR small. At the same time, we went from 22 meetings to 44 meetings per year, 100% increase. We kept our 10-day deadline in place. We get a submittal on Monday. We have a meeting the next Thursday. So no changes were made to the deadlines. Also in 2017, our jurisdiction, before, jurisdiction was south of Line Street. At that time, we expanded to take in the historic materials demolition purview. We gained thousands of properties within our purview. And then we had six staff members before 2017. Actually, we had 6 until last year when we gained the 7. So we gained a lot of purview and workload, but we did not grow in staff. Not for lack of asking.
Wait, can I ask a question? Sorry. Do you have figures for the number of applications that correspond to that? I know there's more meetings, but I'm just curious, like.
We do have like staff level of applications. Frankie may know them off the top of her head because you ran those CAPS numbers recently.
I did.
Think about that for a minute. I know we have about 2,500 applications a year. Just a little bit of information about, we're doing 66 meetings a year. The deadline meeting cycle is 10 to 12 days across our boards. BARL actually has 9 days. Those are all calendar days we're referring to. We ran some numbers to pull some stats together for how many staff hours does it take to produce a meeting, and for BAR small, it's roughly about 46. We got our typical agendas. You all know you're running 15 items every time. There's been no slowdown there. But our other boards have seen a tick downward. In fact, BARL had 1 item last night, 1 small item before that, and no meeting before that. It was really weird, but we were hitting around 8 last year, which was the BARL cap. So in thinking about what do we do about this problem of 2,500 applications a year, if I'm quoting that number right, and staff is consistently preparing for a meeting, preparing for a meeting, preparing for a meeting. So we've got that sort of work volume on top of us all the time. We're not getting any extra staff, although we do have a staff architect requested in next year's budget, if you want to make that plug. So we're looking at this from a lot of different angles and trying to solve the puzzle of what we can do to expedite things. So a few things we're thinking about relate to operations. I will start with BAR small, but there's not much of a change related to BAR small because look at it, it's almost 9 o'clock and you're here and you just had 15 items. What we're thinking about doing across all 3 boards is shifting the deadline. So if we implement these other changes, we would look at implementing a change to the deadline so that there's a little bit more time between when we receive an application and when it comes to you. That would allow for a more thorough review of applications for readiness and for review and for research. So the cycle will go from about 10 days to 24. At the other boards, not to make you jealous, but we're talking about a couple of other changes. So I told you about the numbers for BARL lately. We are just exploring a lot to talk through, but we're talking about maybe revising the number of board meetings from 2 to 1 and increasing the agenda limits from 8 to 10. Similarly, looking at that for DRB, but that's not something that you would need to vote on or think about, but just looking at things for consistency. But thinking about the deadline shift, I already mentioned this, there'd be a additional time for public notice, improve transparency, get more information up front out to you as board members, to you as applicants, to the development community, to advocates, and then more time to thoroughly review plans and prepare for meetings. Related to the other piece of this, which I do have to present to you because you are BAR, related to BARL, adjusting the number of meetings, there would be a reduction in advertising costs, a reduction in security guard needs. I don't know if you've noticed tonight, but we keep getting peeked at over here to see if we're still here. Fewer meetings for board members, although they would be longer. But the biggest piece, the biggest benefit to looking at this is the reallocation of staff resources and time.
Can I butt in for 2 seconds? on those numbers?
Yes, please.
So staff review. Last year, we had and this includes final reviews by staff and all the permit reviews. Last year, we had 1,501. And for the first 2 quarters of this year, we had 1,032.
And do you have that broken down into what actually comes to the board? Or that's just all the
That
applications?
is just staff reviews. That is not agenda items. If you want agenda items. Last year, we had a total of 342. That was both boards. And first 2 quarters of this year, we had 192.
So I talked about the staff hours that it takes to produce a meeting. It's a little bit different between L and small. And I left the stat in correctly on this one, but no, I didn't. Okay, but in thinking about maybe reducing a BARL meeting, that would give us 20 hours a month back for staff reviews, permits, communications, meeting with applicants. Similarly for DRB. It would give more time for the city architect to support all boards, staff, applicants, and special projects. But we don't even talk about the special projects. We have great ideas. We have great ideas we'd like to implement. We just have a lack of bandwidth and time to get to them. But a lot of those ideas would prevent some of the issues that come eventually to our boards. More time for the staff architect to conduct site inspections. We realize this is a major need. We can't go to a pre-construction conference and then go to a final review, a final inspection. There's way too much that happens in between. And then more time for all division staff to focus on permit reviews. And like I said earlier, meetings with applicants, customers, site visits, communications. So these are some numbers that you might just find interesting for your board. Again, it takes about 46 hours to produce one meeting. This is 1,006 hours per year. You have been having 15 agenda items. And here's some numbers. You're already over 150 for this year. You had 200 plus last year and around the same in 2021. On BARL, you'll see that we averaged around 8 last year for every meeting, and we've averaged 5 from January to August. And then I mentioned the last 3 meetings, which were unusual. And then some agenda items here, if that's of interest to you. similar numbers for DRB. Then talked about this a second ago. And then thinking about, okay, related to BAR small, we talked about how the deadlines would change. There would be the same number of meetings. There would be an overlapping meeting cycle situation that staff would have to deal with. And that would affect, you as applicants. You still have the same number of meetings, the same number of deadlines, but your deadlines would change. BARL, if we did a reduction in meetings, you would have one deadline and one meeting. That's the last slide. So a couple of things I need to reiterate is in thinking about this, like I said, it's one solution to the puzzle. It's one piece that we're looking at, and we're thinking about once we get some feedback, if we move this forward, there's two things that have to happen. The rules of procedure for the Board of Architectural Review are an appendix to the ordinance. That is only voted on by you guys, both boards, both BARs, and that's why I have to share BARL info with you and vice versa. So the appeal procedure is enhanced in the rules of procedure. The agenda cap is listed in that. The meeting schedule, what days you meet, how often you meet, public notice is enhanced in that, and the order of the hearing is in that rules of procedure. The ordinance itself speaks to board composition, term limits, the breakdown of BARS versus BARL, districts, purview, levels of review, and again touches on public notice and board decisions. So these major changes would be in the appendix, rules of procedure, which comes to your boards, just like a policy statement. It comes to the BAR for vote and approval. And that's why I'm giving this out to you now. I'm not asking for a vote because there's a lot to take in and a lot for you to think about. Related to the ordinance, there may be a need for a surgical nip and tuck here, a little bit of an ordinance amendment related to some notice, perhaps on demolitions. We're looking into that right now. So I know you're tired. I don't know if you want to talk about this tonight. You also probably had in your Dropbox some red line edits to the rules of procedure appendix. I will say presented this last night at BARL. It was a little bit of a mixed bag of feedback, and that's what we want to know is like, what do you think? Do you hate it? Do you like it? Do you think it has some merit? Do you want us to explore it a little bit more? Do you want us to get feedback from other places?
A couple of questions.
We're trying to be very fast because I know it's like.
I'll just say something real quick
Absolutely.
that I've been thinking about for a while, and I was sort of holding it out for if we had a workshop or something like that. But there's one thing that I have noticed, and it could be a time saver. Is the fact that we're getting tonight, I noted at least 2 incomplete submittals. They came in front of us for review.
Yeah.
Okay. What I think needs to happen is it needs to be placed more onerously on the design community, being the architects, to bring in proper submittals. Okay. And I would think down in the permit office when plans are submitted, there should be a checklist on paper. Bam. I need you to check that you have all of these items in this package. If you don't have those items, we're not going to take your submittal.
There's a checklist online and some people. check
Some
those
do,
off.
some don't, but that needs to be, if you're going to come in here and submit something, you need to check every box. We're not taking.
People that provide the checklist and then things are checked, but later we find out they are not there.
Yeah, somebody
Just
that,
for your
Then
information.
they automatically get thrown out.
yeah, if I may, somebody that has worked both ends of the table. That these checklists have been around forever.
Yeah.
And you get people coming in and no matter how hard you beat your head against that wall, you finally just say, fine, we'll put you on the agenda and let the board eat you up.
Why not say, are you going to be able to check everything off on that list? And if
Well,
you're
a
not,
lot of
we're going to
times-
review these plans.
a
And
lot
the
of
first
times
thing we're
that-
going to do is make sure it's all there. If it's not
And
there.
I agree 100%. But a lot of times what happens,
And just
they
beat
go
it.
behind your back.
Well, or tell us.
And
like,
then you're told,
They represent their client, right?
to put it on the agenda.
But if they.
Oh, no, I can't get into.
Yeah.
I don't understand that part.
Yeah, that's,
But then maybe Frankie or Christina or whoever is sending out the stuff can say, "Psst, this one's got an incomplete." And we can at least have a heads up and just nip it in the bud when we get to the meeting, and then it's not just on you.
We would have had 2 items less tonight,
Yeah.
at least.
And I echo well, let me say this. The overlapping meeting cycle sounds a little bit scary because it's like, whoa, it's enough to stay in one meeting cycle when you have 15 items. I do agree that adding that sort of extra complication or layering means that staff has to be extremely diligent, extremely strong and checking for that on deadline day. And it is
Well, it doesn't have to be
easy to
deadline.
miss stuff, but
Why does it even have to be deadline day? You're gonna take that drawing package into review. Because you're gonna be formulating your comments and doing all that. One of the first thing you could do before you even formulate review is go, is this here? Yes, yes. Oh, not there.
And save yourself. the time.
we like to get it early so that we can let somebody else on the agenda. If they're not ready,
So,
but
It's fine,
but
but
that's, yeah, I agree with you.
I'm just saying,
Kind of a-
I've gotten to the point, that's why I was complimenting good submittals today. But not as if they're outstanding. That's just what you're supposed to do.
Right,
Okay?
yeah.
The, sounds to me like,
Yeah, it's okay.
That's a great point. And
No, I'm tired of seeing this, especially people that I consider them to be my professional peers that provide unprofessional quality information.
Yes.
Okay? And once their clients realize that, hey, you know what, you burned me on this, you didn't have enough information on this, the clients are going to get on them. Okay? I mean, I think you could weed out, there's a lot of stuff in here that could be weeded out. Now, to the flip side of that is, once everybody learns and they do really good submittals, your review time should be easier.
Yeah.
At the same time, the flip side, it's a lot easier for us to review a really good submittal.
Oh, they go so much more smoothly. Yeah, when we've got.
Exactly.
Oh, yeah.
And I would hope for staff, it would be the same thing.
And yeah, objectively, that would be great, but there's always new architects coming, new non-architects coming, and they have to keep that gate, and I do understand that sometimes it's.
That have been there plenty of times.
Well, we had one tonight, I'm not gonna mention a name, but
Neil.
Neil, he brings the same incomplete submittal on.
it's always
This
stuff
one?
together.
Yeah.
Can I say something about the overlapping schedule?
Yes.
So my perspective is, and this is just from, because I like Penny a lot and I always call and talk to her about stuff. She's always got those overlapping schedules.
Yeah.
And that's one of the things I think is great about quicker schedules is that we can get, as an architect, I can get on the agenda in a more reasonable amount of time rather than having to work the whole month. But
She
I
has one meeting.
She has 2 meetings.
Two a month,
She says
yeah.
2 a month, and they have a 30-day, or at
She
least it
does
feels like a 30
what you're proposing.
Yeah, so talk to her and just see what she thinks about it. I'm not saying it's good or bad.
Yeah.
It just might be worth talking to them about it.
And you mentioned that you were asking for a staff architect. Does that mean another architect in your department, like an
We're
additional
asking for staff
position?
Our director has asked for a staff architect in the budget. So another.
Different from city architects?
Yes, like Lawrence, but another one who could help with
The other.
small and DRB.
Gotcha.
Yeah.
Yep.
Great.
That'd be great.
I know it's not easy to find
Hey.
people.
Crappy submittal.
And I think also as a board,
Appreciate it, Bill.
and I think also as a board, when we get a crappy submittal in here, I don't see any reason why somebody doesn't already right from the beginning say, okay, I'm looking at this as not submittal, a complete submittal. I make a motion to.
I just feel bad that it's gotten all the way
Yeah.
here.
Yeah, and I mean,
Yeah.
if it does, we simply don't do that. We always hear it. I think there is probably the option to simply say this submittal is incomplete, it does not meet submittal requirements. We just make a motion to defer to meet submittal requirements and going from there. The thing about it is, I know, sometimes the word comes down from above, the phone call's made and they say, put it on you, somebody gets a call and says, put it on the agenda. It doesn't matter. The other thing is that if someone meets the deadline, if you go to the 23-day or 24-day window, and that submittal comes through, it's starts the review process. It's found to be incomplete. It's kicked back. Okay, now they go into another 23-day cycle. I mean, that would cure people.
This is
quicker.
how we learn.
That's right. Okay, that would cure people quicker.
Well, but it
But I believe there would be significant hue and cry.
and that
Oh,
is
this
sort
is
of
how we
a,
learn.
there's a,
I'm not saying I don't agree with you, Bill. I'm just saying that the downside to that
The
is
downside
that
is-
if you do that 23-day, all of a sudden somebody's project
well,
is pushed back 2 months.
Yep.
the other downside is that it's an implicit kind of punishment of people who do things right and are not causing the problems and who like that quick turnaround,
Mhm.
you know, and have built that into
Well, that's.
our
yeah.
office
Yeah.
mindset, you know what I'm saying?
And I will say, like, Charleston County right now to get through their historic preservation commission, 6 weeks. And I don't see how that can possibly help their overall process from submittal to deadline. It just, or to meeting. I mean, there is something to be said for how we say, yeah, I can do it in 10 minutes. Why can't we keep turning?
Yeah, well, and maybe there's something to what Bill's saying, if you're able to weed them out so that, and so that you're not denying
part
good
of the
applicants that quick
If we
turnaround.
had every application we had tonight was as good as the ones that we praised, and Laura, yours was really good. We wouldn't be here right now. I had supper. I'd be getting ready to go to sleep.
Yeah, like, what does this mean? And not that, I mean, you don't always get architects and you have to deal with the public and you have to be respectful to people who aren't
You do.
perfectly, you know, trained and capable. So that I sympathize with that angle on it. But maybe if you filtered a little more with the architects or people you know who should be doing better. Glenn Keys doesn't even do existing and proposed drawings. Sorry, still on, but he doesn't. You know, just maybe that sort of thing would have an effect and maintain the quick turnaround that some of us really do appreciate.
It's effort in and effort out. The more effort the applicant puts in, hopefully it'll be less effort for you.
But the deadline is something that would affect your board more than the other boards, because you're more likely to have an applicant who can do something around from Thursday night.
Yeah, it's small.
Does that go into the 23 days?
Yeah, but we
I don't
don't,
think it would.
I mean,
it
from
really
a,
wouldn't affect it. We wouldn't
Well,
have.
they would, if you got out and you were already, and we'd already had the next submittal deadline, you would
Right,
you would lose like a week maybe.
I think more.
Yeah, but
I mean, I don't try to turn it around by, like, you probably have
Oh,
a
I don't.
deadline on Monday.
I assume that
Yes,
if
you do.
things are done well, you might not even have to come back. I mean, I just like that ability to come and know that it's coming, you know, that we can get through it. And I'm just, yeah, that's my mindset, you know, that it's.
But
If you,
do it right the first
Yeah.
time, then it goes to, this is how we learn.
Yeah.
It all goes back to that, I'm
So
telling you.
maybe it doesn't have to be extending, and I know, you know, there's pros and
Well,
cons to having one thing that you're focused on for 2 weeks, one rather than the overlapping things.
if
And
you.
it's, right now, we have a deadline at Monday at noon. I have 28 submittals that I have to figure out if they're going on the agenda within a 24-hour time period, and I don't work 24 hours a day.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And I am also checking to see if they have met with zoning and have zoning approval, if they have gone to building, if they have any issues with floodplain. All that has to be done within about 24 hours.
Well, could you do something like you had proposed for DRB and give yourself one more week, you know, like, so it's like a compromise?
What we're trying to avoid is not having deadline
Overlapping.
week and meeting week the same week.
Mhm.
But essentially, so I was gonna ask if you
DRB is just.
adjust the VAR large schedule.
Right now.
So you only
DRB
have one
set
meeting a month.
schedules.
Does that help any with
How
the
are they gonna
staff
do
that
the-
helps for
It seemed like they were just
smaller?
adding a
It
month
does.
a week
I mean,
to
it
their
was,
turnaround time.
I
Maybe
think
not.
if you just look at the volume of staff hours required.
I haven't
to
even
run
go down
splits,
for one of
it
my-
helps, yeah.
Yeah, but it's still not enough.
That'd be a
I mean, what do you?
And Laura.
And you, sorry,
I can see
you're
that.
big
I
five,
feel for you.
the
I've
agenda
been on both
published
sides of the.
at noon on Tuesday.
In order for us to
Arches down.
get everything put together.
It allows
More
Interest
support
rates.
to this board.
Well, not just interest rates, it's the fact that
I
there
like
are
the idea of
thousands
next year.
of
Yeah.
unrented
I'm just
units
concerned of
in
these
Charleston.
guys who
That's
actually.
just overbuilt and everybody's looking at the market. Nothing's happening.
You know,
But normally, in order for us to put the agenda together, everything that goes on the agenda, the time we have to have the image overview done and all that. We normally know by the end of the day, Monday, everything that is going on the agenda. And a lot of times we're still sorting through it Tuesday because we have so many, but that's the problem. It has to go up by Thursday, but it takes us so long to order everything, put all the information on there and put everything else we have to get together. So we really.
So with the crossover, how much time would it be between the submittal deadline
23 days,
and the meeting?
4 days, 24 days.
24 days? I like that.
But it's. You
overlaps
don't,
and
you don't have, I mean, you
you
don't
don't
have to hear as much other people, do you know what I mean? And it's just a major change in and just the flow, the workflow or the expectations of, it becomes like a zoning process. It would be exactly that speed and.
It's just whether or not, that's why I say ask Penny. I don't know if it helps. Like if it actually gives you more time or you really still have exactly the same amount of
I
time.
think I think, my opinion, if we made that change and got adapted to it, and we would have to be really disciplined about it, but I think it does allow you to concentrate on the ones that need a little bit more attention than the other ones that don't.
I think so too.
Frank and I have talked about the overlapping part a lot because it scares me a little bit, I'll be honest.
Well,
It does put things
a lot of
on.
balls to keep in the air at one time.
Yeah.
It has to be on. All the, you know,
The level one.
existing, and the format of the drawings.
Well, and I know Dennis,
Existing proposed.
probably you and Aaron spent so long coming up with those checklists. And they reference all the things that we want. What?
Yeah.
It's just,
Yeah, people just ignore
you're
it.
just so overwhelmed. Those days coming up to around the deadline, it's just.
Well, I mean, but if you literally had somebody, and I don't even know how the submittals work now, are you getting them digitally, you getting them? Okay. If that checklist came in and it said, you need to be able to check all the requirements for this submittal, okay? And if they check them all and say good, and you get in there, the very first thing you look at is to see if those items are on there.
Yeah, what we used to do, yeah,
And if it's
that's why
not-
we made them sign the checklist. They would check them all, sign it. And then we had that checklist handed back to them and say,
It's not there.
It's not there.
Therefore, I'm not gonna waste any more time with this.
That was our,
Try next time.
Yeah. and if
that
it's
was
not
our
included
written
with the
document
submittal,
to be
it's
able to throw
not
it back
in it
to.
either.
And
Does
if
that-
when you
can
review
that
it
not
further,
work?
you see that they were lying, then.
If you just simply
Leave it
went, the very first thing before you even got into it, just went bam.
It is.
It's a long
It's
checklist.
just-
So you-
It does.
It does take a while to,
And
it
it's
takes a while to see if an
It,
item is thorough.
yeah, you have to, it takes a while to go through submittal and check, see if they've got sections.
But if they checked it and you find later that they were not telling the truth, then.
Well, that was the
Check
initial
it.
concept behind the whole checklist.
Mhm.
Was, you got that, everything checked on, they checked everything and they put their signature on it. And you could start looking and
Lie.
lie, and then you could immediately hand it back to them and say, listen,
And
you
that just
signed
didn't,
this and.
and that just didn't work.
In the olden days, when we brought in applications, people actually like looked at them right then, you know what I mean?
I think that's.
But now it's all
different too,
digital.
Because it used to be, when I was still here, we were still taking them at the desk.
Yes.
We were able to kind of thumb through them.
Mhm.
And then we could also hand them back to them and say.
Not
"Go ahead."
really.
And in the old days, we'd walk up and say, okay, what do you have? What are you submitting now? I say, okay, show me everything you got here.
Exactly.
Show me you got that. Show me you got that. Okay, this.
Yeah.
I don't
It's
know.
almost
They
like
all
you had a
digital
little
now.
brief page
It's all
for.
digital, but.
Yeah.
it's
Yeah.
still, I know it.
I mean, I might be totally off base here, but there was a reason you put that list together.
Yeah.
You're talking about the exact same thing I'm talking about.
Exactly.
Eventually, the burden falls to the submittal,
Yeah.
to the person
But-
making
Yeah,
this.
and I don't know.
Burn your client. You'll learn.
But we got a lot of people that kind of went around this. You know,
I don't know.
And maybe,
I do
maybe
think
you
that-
make 10 good submittals and you get a gold star and people, and you,
maybe it's like a frequent
free year
flyer.
of pass or something.
well, like, okay, here's a Julia Martin. Okay, it's good.
Oh. Yeah,
Here's
yeah.
a Laura Altman. Wait. No.
I mean, just selfishly,
Just
I'm
kidding.
resistant to
Yeah.
the month wait, because it's just, it would be a totally different mindset for us.
It's like it is.
Well, I just.
Because we prepare a lot on the front end before we submit, so that it should be easy for you, and that's how it's supposed to.
This is a good idea, or if it's even worth talking about, but the BRL, when we've got
Unless you're.
Big load, can some of our stuff can kind of default then from review? I can't remember how that was.
Well,
set up.
it is set by the square foot and demolition can be started at 8 or 4.
Okay.
So we could potentially look at demolitions,
Almost everybody does
maybe
now.
moving them over.
Yeah.
But I mean, this is, it is something that we've kind of talked about, is like, what can we take the burden from you off and put it on the other board, which
Yeah.
like I said, right now, we had one submittal last night.
Yeah.
I'm happy to look at that, if that's something y'all are comfortable with.
I know when we used to, when everything went to one board, it was kind of weird. You reviewing this giant building and that's thing you're reviewing is a little bit
Yeah.
addition.
Right.
So often demos are related.
I don't know if you
to
can
cars,
say
That's
anything
really,
about that.
you know, that's.
Yeah, I don't know, because I know for me, I don't want, my expertise is not in the big stuff. I don't
Yeah.
want to even serve on that one. I don't know if other people on that board feel the same about the smaller stuff, the more residential.
Can't say that I've ever explicitly asked that, but it does always feel like this is what you work on and this is what you specialize in and this is where you belong in your level of review and same
Like
here.
Jay was on the command board before, because he's been on the board for like 30 years.
Yeah.
And,
Yeah.
and Eddie obviously swings,
Yeah.
both Eddies swing a little bit.
I don't know.
Oh, there you go there.
So to conclude, I would like for, just please think about this, think about what concerns you have and what feedback, and Bill, thank you, like, for bringing that up. I mean, if there's areas that you think we have a blind spot towards, or that we could look at something and maybe expedite it. Same thing happened last night. A topic came up and it's like, maybe we need to dive into this and see if we can expedite it. Very much, we want to hear that from you, and we can talk about it more at a board retreat, but think about, as an applicant, like, what are you seeing that's holding things up that is a problem? And the last thing I would say is, we are to institute like a schedule where we reduce the number of meetings. We are considering it as a pilot test, and we would want to revisit it in the middle of the year to see if it's not working. We want to add the meetings back, so. It's a lot to take in. It's late at night, so.
Sorry, is this stuff in the ether somewhere that?
So I will make sure you have these slides. I'll email them to you, and also the red lines of what would the changes be in the appendix. You should have that.
And you mentioned board retreats. Has a date been set for that? You sent out, I guess.
I sent out a date. Can't remember what the date
All I
was.
remember was
You sent out like
options.
3 days.
Yeah.
And I think we nailed them a date. I'll give them. I thought that was big clouds on it.
We get a motion to adjourn.
So moved.
I can't make the motion, y'all have to
I'll
make.
make the motion.
Motion to adjourn.
We've already,
Second.
we've already adjourned.